Now, there we go. Right. We need to do a round. I just went 2 seasons. I managed to do a bit of decorating. I got some time. I never checked to see if the trees are fully grown yet. Let me see. So every season we'll get as many of the little small quests out as we can, and then for the other 2 days we'll do something on this. And piece by piece we'll put this together and expand it out. Just this in the corners, really. They only blossom in the summer. Oh yeah, we need to wash. Why not? Now I'm not sure what my audio is like, because the iPhone I use as a monitor is currently updating it. You know what they're like. So that should be ready in about 20 minutes, I'd say. Oh yeah, we got a... what is this anyway? Summer. No, we're okay with the farmers here. They won't need them until autumn. Better off with the same 2 crops, to be honest. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'll do here yet, but I'll figure something out. Now. Oh, nice. Yeah, right. We'll get this when we come back. We'll have plenty of time. I've already got it prepared here. Yeah, how do I do this again? Yeah, it's just I find that if you don't build it, you can get these a little bit closer. And I need them as close as possible. That's perfect. I want as many trees as possible. Well, within reason, I'll need room. This looks like a decent spot. Oh, I wonder what I can fit in here in production, to be honest. Here, let me see. So let's say we're going with one of these. Ah, it looks like I'll be using this for the animals after all. These are a bit on the high side. I thought as much. Okay, let me see. What about the animals? If not, I'll just make it into a large garden. One of the big one anyway. Oh, there it is. Animal husbandry. We won't be putting no stable in here. Absolutely not. Okay, the trees might be a small problem. Oh, hi, Fighter. Did you know that the Norwegian Navy are putting barcodes on the side of their ships so that when the return doctors scan the Navy in? Unbelievable, isn't it? But I suppose everything now, they're doing a lot with AI and computers and stuff, so I suppose it makes sense. But barcodes. But isn't there some Nordic country, you know, where they're using barcodes, let's say, like kind of credit card, where you store money in, and they've got a chip. They put a chip under their skin, on their wrist. I heard something about that. I don't know if it's some kind of rumor or whatever. They literally have a chip, let's say somewhere under a hand or their wrist, beneath the skin, and they can scan it, let's say, for payment, like a credit card. That's, to be honest, that's a bit scary. Yeah, Scandinavian, yeah. Scandinavian. Oh, I get it, yeah. Yeah, Scandinavian. Yeah. Yeah, somebody was telling me that, but I'm not sure how true it is. I think that's a step in the wrong direction, you know. Now let me get something to drink. Oh, it's a joke. Oh, I get it, the Norwegian Navy, they're Scandinavian. Yeah. But they would have some kind of system, I suppose, for the log cargo and stuff with barcodes. But the ship would be a bit much, wouldn't it? Ooh. My tummy is everywhere. But yeah, the trees might be a problem if I'm fitting in this. I kind of guessed as much, to be honest. I can put something in here, I suppose. Looks like we've got a large garden. What actually could we put in here? Can we fit in pigs and all of that stuff? It does, yeah, it does. Okay, let me see, we'll try this one more time. A lot of these are a little on... There's pigs. What about cows? Cows. Yeah. See, that was the problem with the trees. Oh, hang on. Yeah, but we need a bit of room for these guys. So, yeah, I forgot about how big the trees are. But, I don't know, maybe a large garden area would suffice in here. That's a pity. Okay. Production area would have to be much, much bigger. I would literally have to put the things in and then the trees. Okay, I can do this. We'll obviously use this for something. Well, I suppose I've got these little wells and stuff. Where are they? See this junk? We can make a nice little garden. I wanted a huge garden area anyway. Okay. Right, let's do a round and we'll come back and we'll sort this one out. Yeah, it will need to be a lot bigger. I forgot how much room those trees actually take up. I need another one here, one of those trees. We'll do that in a moment. I think what I will do is I will grow a ton of the trees and then I can move them into place later. I've noticed that when they grow, which is quite cool, I can move them. Right, okay, let's go. Let's do a round. Grab what we need, especially those majestic tree seeds. It's a bit rough. I can only get one per season. And that's if the vendor doesn't... if I can find the special vendor. But it's not just that. It's... 143, yeah. Sometimes the infantry doesn't reset. I think I've only got 8 seeds left. Okay, so a large garden there. Well, I needed one anyway. Right, let's go. Oh, I tell you what we'll do. The old ball and chain here actually has a quest. We'll take her quest. Yeah, why not? And we've got a challenge as well, I see. That's nice. That must give us something to do for the season. And where are we? Autumn. Oh, hang on, we're in autumn. We actually do need, we do need a farmers back in. Yeah. Okay. Let's put back in some farmers. Now let me see. Yeah, I thought it was summer. It's actually autumn. We just came from the summer. Farming. What is in the barn anyway? No one. It's weird. Okay. Farm shed. Now, there's someone as a blacksmith. We'll just put her back in to finish off that, cap off that farming thing. Put her back later. Now, any more budding farmers? I think that was the last one, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the last farmer actually I was working on. Yeah, okay. We can use the miners now. We'll get them up, we'll get 2 lots of these guys going and that should take care of it. We'll send them back to the mines a little later. There. That should work. Oh, hi, Dread. Oh, the usual for me and you. How have you been? How's the weekend going? Anything interesting with you? I've just been doing a... Oh, what's that? Let me see... What have we got? Oh yeah, one of the mines. I probably got too many, did I? The excavation shed. That's funny, I thought I put somebody in that. Okay. I suppose I could put one person in there. There. No. I probably took somebody out by accident. There, that should work it. I've been grinding Cyberpunk. Oh, nice. Level 33. Cool, cool. Absolutely, yeah. Really? Hmm. You're saying Cyberpunk, you mean the original Cyberpunk with Phantom Liberty DLC? Or some kind of anime version, you were saying? Yeah. 2077, yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty decent game. It ran pretty smooth for me. I was looking a little bit deeper into this junk that Microsoft is doing. So this little handheld device they have, which I didn't know at the time. Apparently, you can play PC games on it, which will be interesting. Of course, you know how it plays and the stuff that you can actually do with it probably might be the lower end. But, well, if that's the case, then maybe what we were saying about the next-gen console being able to actually do some P games on it might be possible. It's something Dread they should have doing on the launch, well, you know the last one they had? They're six years behind on that. And they should have doing that 6 years ago. It's a pity. Anyway, Edge Runner mods. I think I've played a game called Edge Runner before. Yeah. Been a thing for ages. Yeah. Interesting enough. But really, too little too late, isn't it, I think, for Microsoft. I think whatever goodwill they had now, they've pretty much burned it up. This is something they've been sitting on for a long time. You know, the console should have evolved to play at least maybe 1/3 of the games that you could get on Steam at the very least. You know, because, let's face it, you know, Microsoft and Sony are not... No, they really don't have a lot, you know. No. Not really. Yeah. A lot of people are. And I think you're better off, Dread. Because, not that I know much about it, but I read a lot. And, you know, I've talked to guys that know a decent bit about it. Apparently 1/3 of the gamers on Steam are still using Windows 10, not 11. I don't know, maybe for various reasons. Maybe one, they just don't like Windows 11. Apparently it has even more bloat than Windows 10. The problem with the Windows app would be, let's say, you know, they have OneDrive on it, a ton of stuff, you know, that they want to make money from as well. So it's not really great, let's say. It's powering up other systems as well. Linux was done by a guy who was an ex-Microsoft employee. Didn't like the way they were doing things, but I would say I'd give Linux a shot, to be honest. I can see Linux, let's say, I know it only has a small share now, let's say, of the applications, let's say, on on the likes of Steam. You know, Microsoft is still way ahead. But that's only because they've got a monopoly. The thing with Linux is, let's say, if anyone wants to put them on their devices, let's say, as they're making whatever, unlike Microsoft, you know, it's free. So I can see more and more people, you know, going over to Linux, you know. And I hope he does well. And I hope if he does well enough that he doesn't turn out like Microsoft. But, yeah, there you go. Yeah, 1/3 are still on 10. Yeah. But, yeah, some interesting stuff. But as I was saying, that that ROG thing they came out with looks interesting, but and I suppose if it does what they say, it's not too pricey. But as I said, too little, too late. Well, for a handheld device, it is. Who wants a handheld device? It should have been implemented in consoles 7 years ago. You know, when Microsoft had a little bit of goodwill left. But we'll see how it goes with that one. What are we doing? Yeah, we got everything ready, so... Right, looks like we're making a large garden now. But, oh yeah, they stopped support, didn't they? For Windows 10. If you're on Windows 10 now, you'll either have to switch to 11 or go to Linux. I suppose no harm in trying Linux. So one third of the gamers are left hanging. So that means that 1/3, well, basically they're up for grabs, aren't they? Yeah. That will be the new war, I'd say, trying to get people over to different apps and platforms instead of this fake console war that's been going on for what, 20 years? Now, okay. Now, what do I need to do? Okay, we're going shopping. Yeah, 1/3 of gamers, apparently. On my stream, I get, I watch it sometimes, a pretty credible journalist, Belarus News, yeah. You know, all of the mergers and all of the stuff like that. It reports on all of that stuff. All matter-of-fact stuff, you know, stuff that's already out there, so no speculation, no guesswork, no rumours, that kind of stuff. Oh, hi Wolf, and how have you been? Not too bad, not too bad. Still alive, so that's something. So how have you been? Are you on your weekend off, or are you working away? Yeah, Dredd was just saying there that he was thinking about going over to Linux from Windows 10. I heard that they shut down the support for Windows 10, I suppose ushering everyone over to 11. But a lot of people, let's say, on 10. And I have no doubt that not all of them will make the transition. So they'll lose a bit of business there, I think. Ah, work, work, work. No rest for the wicked. Yeah. Linux is only a small percentage, I think, of the gamers. But apparently there's a lot of bloat on Windows. They're running other systems as well. It's not... it's good if you're using your PC, I suppose, for something other than gaming. But it's not exactly dedicated to that, so it would be running OneDrive and a couple of other things, so... Now, just one moment. I'll just get something to drink. Yeah, just grab something to drink quickly.
about a man who ran a whole village entirely by himself.
Oh my. I've been dehydrated all day. Get some of this. Oh, that's better. At least that's nice and cold. So the usual you then, Wolf, yeah? Ever since I quit soda, I've been drinking water by the gallon. I still drink a little bit, but not as much as I should, Wolf. To be honest. You'd think I'd have more sense, but old habits die hard. Yeah. That's what it is too. I've upped my water intake a bit, but I'm working on it slowly. I'm strange. I almost get a kind of gag reflex when I drink water, and there's no need for it because the water here is, excellent. Even the stuff from the tap, very safe and very pure.
How can I help you? Price is so low you don't need to haggle.
Oh, I knew I forgot something. We were going to pick up the quest, wasn't it? From the ball and chain, we were. Yeah. What I need to do is I'll get some filters or things in and see if I can do something with the water to make it a little bit more appealing.
I hope you like it here and you take care. Can I help? I've been a vendor since before you could walk.
But I definitely need to drink more water. That's a
Goodbye,
definite.
dear.
Yeah, we'll pick up that guy's quest. Or that NPC's quest.
Welcome.
We'll just see what this guy has here. I think we've got enough the other stuff, I think. Here, I'll tell you what we'll do anyway. We'll grab, where is it? Fertilizer. We'll grab that anyway. Yeah, the other one I built up there, it wasn't large enough. I wanted to make a large gardens anyway. I can use it for that, I suppose. I drink a lot of milk. Yeah, I do as well, but I was told to stop. It's part of the problem of I used to drink. Oh my good God! I used to drink maybe a couple of liters a day. But the calcium, if you're prone to kidney stones, it's pretty deadly. So I've cut back on that, which is a pity. I never use. It's actually I kind of switched more to soda when I was forced to kind of cut back on the, on milk. And again, the milk here is excellent. Hello, Young, and how have you been? Well, I hope. Hi, Terry and Phoenix. It's you mean unpasteurized? Ooh, that might be a bit dodgy. Yeah. The whole thing about the pasteurization process, let's say, is to kill any bacterium. But I remember in the 70s, let's say, that was a long time ago, Wolf. Let's say you could get unpasteurized milk, but I remember a local outbreak here where some guys got some infection or something in their hands. I don't know. I forget. There was a nickname for it. Milkmaid syndrome or something they called it. Yeah. I don't know about the unpasteurized stuff. Really good game. Nice. Yeah. Straight from the... No, it's an intervention at all. Right, Seb? On your laptop, yeah? From the bone tanks, yeah. Never eaten so much as bent a bone. Yeah, well, that's the milk in itself, yeah. Um, yeah, milk is very good. Calcium for your bones and for a lot of stuff. But if you're prone to kidney stones, well, I still drink milk, but not as much as I used to. About 20% of what I used to. Yeah. Grew up on a dairy farm. Nice. Yeah, well, you'll be getting access, what's happening then with your cows and that. But if you're buying from supermarkets and stuff like that, you know, yeah. I don't even think you can get unpasteurized stuff here now because of the risks. Yeah. But if you knew a farmer, obviously, yeah. Mm. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And phosphorus, it does. But I still don't drink a lot of soda. I just drink, a little bit. So I kind of switch between water and soda, you know. But I shouldn't be drinking soda at all, I suppose, you know. But I'm not one for sweets and stuff, so yeah, I suppose there's enough sugar in everything as it is anyway. Everything seems to be pickled with sugar these days. But yeah, you're right. You'll get phosphorus stones. But the ones I was getting actually was calcium. Yeah, they were looking for something like phosphorus on the scans and nothing showed up. It was only when they specifically went looking for that they found the problem with me. They were all calcium. Mm. Oh yeah, I eat way too much. 80% of my diet is red meat. I eat way too much. Mm. Yeah, if you're shipping dairy products further than you say a day away, it's a bit risky. Yeah, the non-pasteurized stuff. Yeah, here I don't think you could even get it, to be honest. Mm. Mm. Well, it was always better to vary your diet a bit. Let's say I was never one for vegetables, to be honest. Complete carnivore, you know? Just an odd time, maybe. But yeah, it's what's probably keeping me alive.
I've got everything you need.
Tomahawk, yeah? Now let's buy this. Where is that? Oh, we must have bought it, didn't we? Apparently. Oh, we did. Yeah, okay, let's just get rid of this junk. There.
Be safe.
Right, we're finished here. I forgot to pick up that quest, guys. We'll just drop this off. And yeah, we'll start doing some quests. Very little. And even a lot less now. Let me see, am I in the right place? Where are we, guys? I lost track of where we are. Oh, we're going out the wrong road, out this way here. Ah, here it is. Right, let's get back for a moment. The old ball and chain has some kind of a special quest, I think. Now that I've gotten the last achievement, I think I'll get this out of the way, see what it's about. For a while now. Lost 43 pounds. I've never been overweight. I could still, let's say, stand to lose a few pounds here and there, I suppose, but I've never been overweight. Oh, not here. Yeah. Yeah. Let's say pork, beef. It's a lot more expensive than it was. Let's say it's about 1/3 more expensive over the past 2 years. But you'll get probably about a kilo of really high quality, matured beef for about maybe $20. you know, and that's really good stuff, you know. Or well, you would call it organic, let's say, in the States, but here it's just kind of normal. It's, you know, no chemicals, no strange feed, you know, no steroids, no drugs, anything like that. So, yeah. But I've seen some YouTube programs that say with how meat is priced, and you know, especially the stuff, let's say, that you would consider to be organic, and it is extremely expensive. But I would say here about 1/3 of its price. Irish meat, yeah. But here, let's say we have, you know, in the US it tends to be massive corporations doing the meat with, you know, hundreds if not thousands of large farms. Here it's more of a kind of club of smaller local stuff, you know, small herds and that. So you get better quality. And like anything as well, like dealing with any corporation, less greed and less fiddling. So yeah, we get some decent stuff, you know. Take the Gaelic cut, yeah. But I mostly eat beef. Hi Joe, and thanks for following. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. And how have you been, Joe? But I remember, guys, about 3 decades ago, and there was a local creamery. They used to do some really great stuff, you know, butter, milk, stuff like that. And I used to always get it. And I was in must have been over in a dozen countries, you know, and I used to drink a lot of milk at the time. And I've never even found anything that really came even close to it. And then I think it was in the early 2000s, a corporation came in. Hang on. There, I just dropped that stupid cigarette. Corporation came in, bought it up, and that was the end of it. Started selling their own junk, and that was Avonmore. Avonmore is not bad either, but you know, it's never as good as the one it bought up. Same stuff, isn't it, really? You know, small little kind of local creameries being bought up by larger ones. Yeah, that was the end of it then. I remember when you'd open the milk, the cream would still be on top. So they didn't kind of firm it, in a sense. What's happening now with milk is they're taking everything that's good from it, and all they're selling as milk is just the leftover dribble, you know? They're cutting everything out, they're taking as much as they can from it, you know? And then they'll try and sell you, you know, stuff with added vitamin this and added vitamin that, and all they're doing is just putting back in what they took out. But it's still pretty good, but not as good as it used to be. Organic whole milk, yeah. Oh. Well. Yeah. You've been taking... did your dog take you often? Well, maybe he knows best, yeah. But, you know, even if it helps anyone, it's, you know, worth having it up there. But, you know, with a little time, you know, things should get better, Terry. Now, where is this quest we were looking for? And then we'll get back to the building. Just need to kill out this season as well. There's a ton of kids here that once they become apprentices will have a ton more workers. I could get in a ton of workers, but what's the point? There's no fun in that. I started off with a base of about 30 workers, so I'll keep it at that for a while. until we deal with the next generation. There needs to be a bit of space anywhere between them. Do you remember when we played the other map, we got a ton of settlers in, and they all got too old at the same time. Pretty much like a kind of pension crisis in a country, you know, where there's too many people of a certain age. And then the next generation can't go on and carry on because too many old people left. Now, let's see.
How's your day going, my love?
Have you heard about the Master Angler? Okay, I haven't. He's apparently some kind of a big deal and has fish soup he's supposed to die for. Could you bring me some? Sure. I'll be back. There it is. Oh, she even gave me 200 coin. Ha ha ha. Now that was a woman worth marrying, where she actually gives you money. How's that? Ah, yeah, your emotions will be high, I suppose. Now, okay, we'll just get on our way and we'll do this little thing. We'll use the wagon and we'll get around to that town and pick up some new stuff as well. There's a challenge as well, I see. We'll see what that one is about. Actually, we're better off to see what that challenge is about, in case they want stuff that I can pick up on the way. Where is that challenge? Come on now. I know you're around here somewhere. There he is. Okay, we'll go straight to Hornica. And we'll work our way back. You see, if you ask me for stupid weapons or some kind of fruit or something, I'll have to buy that on the way. I'm not really set up. And if I do my rounds the other way, I'll just have to go back around them again. So we'll see what he wants. But as I was saying before, Terry, you know, it's a kind of stage that, you know, some people will go through for various reasons. I had a bad stint for a while after my accident, obviously. You know, things like that will bring you almost paralyzed and, you know, having to retire and stuff like that. And it takes a bit of work, you know, all focusing on the positive things and, you know, keeping your mind occupied and basically making a new path for yourself. You know what I mean? And it's hard at first, but you know, with a bit of work you can get there. You just gotta stick to it, and you know.
How are you?
Matter can be different for everyone. We all get depressed for different reasons, but the result is always the same. Now, where is this guy?
Dad, am I too demanding?
Oh, okay, we better save it here just in case he comes up with some silly kind of quest.
How is life treating you?
Alright, let's see what it was. Terra something army. Ah, exactly what I thought, guys. There's no way we're gonna come up with 154 carrots. Oh, for goodness sake. It looks like we're buying carrots. This is why I needed the small little plots as well. Those small plots. Okay, we have no choice. We have to take it, I suppose. Anyway, in a couple of seasons we should be able to get it. 154 cards, really. 6. Not a hope. Okay. Well, I'll take them anyway. Should be able to get them in a few seasons. Yeah, I'm not really set up for the vegetables yet.
Good luck.
Now, there is another guy here. I think there's 4 or 5 vendors. Where is he? There you are.
Hello there. Whatever you need, I've got it.
Still slow. 150. Oh, what was the mushrooms you wanted? Well, we'll need the herbalists for that, I suppose. Yeah, we might have a chance for the mushrooms. And then there's that quest for that lady as well. Do you still have fluffy hair? And turning slightly grey. Okay. We better wait till morning, guys. These guys are all gone in, it's getting late. Okay, we'll make camp up here. We'll hit these guys in the morning. We probably don't have enough sticks, do we? We'll grab that. And we'll make camp. Oh, I should have enough sticks. I think I brought some with me. Oh, water. Something we definitely need. Okay. Have we got enough for a fire? We do, we do. Let's do this. We'll get something to eat. There we go. Oh, hang on. We still got 22 seconds. Well, it's more like 40 something seconds. Kind of 2 seconds each one. Yeah, we have to spend a minimum anyway of 3 days in the season. This guy should have the farming done by the time we're back. And we can kind of skip on. We'll get through the seasons as quick as we can. Yeah, curly hair is not so common anymore, naturally curly. Now, okay, this and that. There, we're all ready to go. Now, okay, I was hoping this one would have been hunting or something. This collecting vegetables is the right drag. I haven't set up any vegetable gardens yet. I wasn't expecting these anyway. There's Jan and Leonard, okay. Well, he's got a quest, guys. Okay. I suppose we'll save it. Well, at least we'll be looking for carrots now.
Can I help? Let me show you my wares.
We had enough sticks.
Good luck.
Now, what's
Hello.
this guy? Can I help you with something? I might. Okay. Okay. Iron ore. Okay, we can actually buy that here and get that over with. Iron shortage.
How are you?
See what you've got.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Okay. This guy might actually even have iron, has he? Yeah, this is the strange thing about this. Yeah, he's hired me to get some iron, and
Good luck.
he actually has it. So what does he want anyway? We'll buy it off him and sell it back to him. He wants 4. That's kind of silly.
How do you do? Whatever you need.
Okay. We'll buy 4 of these. There. Now. That was an easy one.
See you around.
There we go. Done. That was kind of easy, wasn't it? They'll probably get your wavy hair, yeah? Now, we've done that lady inside, we've done that one, that kind of... Okay, where is she? There's a lady here, and then there's one more guy on the way out, and then we can move out of here. It's the problem when you get too early. These guys are not the best to get up out of bed, I'm afraid. Let's see where he is, anyway. Oh, there he is. There's one of them there. Lazy. Now, there's just the other guy, I think, on left.
So long.
Okay, just one more. This guy here at this table. Where is he? No, that's him there. No, that's it. We got him. Jan and Leather, that's that guy. Yep. Oh no, this lady here. Where is she? The seamstress, where is she? I know she's got to be here somewhere. There she is. Oh, she's actually got a quest as well. Oh, there's 2 quests here. Okay, let's go for it.
I believe we haven't met before.
Okay. Okay. Let's see what you want.
There's something...
It's the usual 6 meat, and okay, we'll be coming back this way. I see. Unless we can buy it. I think we might be able to buy that. But the meat, no. No, there's only one place we can get that. Looks like we're coming back this way.
How have you been?
Let me guess, wool. Oh, this is a delivery, actually. Deliver, yeah. Okay.
Can I help you with? Do you need anything?
Oh, the meat is okay. We can do hunting. But I wonder if that kitchen guy has the fish meat, then we could do the rest ourselves. We get through it pretty quick. Probably.
Have a good day.
Okay, where's that kitchen guy? I don't think he does meat like that. Yeah, I think we need that in the other
Can I
one.
help you? Only the best products here.
No, you get dried fish meat, not the same. Oh, you do actually.
See you soon.
Oh, that's cool. We can buy everything, I think, from him. 6 meat and 1 fish meat. Okay.
How is life treating
Okay. This will save us a bit of time. Oh, hi, Monk. But only for a short time. I really could get back to Medieval Dynasty. I hope you're well. Oh, pretty good. Pretty good, thank you. And I hope you're well also, Monk. Yeah, this is pretty decent. They're about, I don't know, how long is it, guys? 5, 6 months ago. We did the Oxbow map, and now we're back on this. And I've just, yesterday I got my last achievement from it. So we're building up a settlement. Well, it's a nice, kind of peaceful game, you know. So what have you been up to, Monk? How's the weekend been going for you?
See you soon.
Yeah, okay, so it's 6 meat, one fish meat, isn't it?
Hello there.
Yeah, we can buy it here. We only need one of those, and what about the meat? Oh, looks like we're hunting, guys. Oh, doesn't matter. Oh, hunting we should go. As long as I got the fish meat, it's not too bad. That was the thing that would have... Even if we had to go fishing, you know, we would have still need the hut to chop it up. Now... Yeah, okay, we'll go hunting. And this one here, like, where am I going to get 154 carrots? Well, the carrots you'll grow them in winter, isn't it? I think you can grow them in summer as well. So there will be a few seasons for that. I don't have any small gardens up for this kind of stuff. It's usually once I start to build a settlement up, but I'll have to... Yeah, I'll have to start making small gardens, guys. There's one place in particular I might be able to get away with it. Where is it? We'll go back when we were doing a bit of building. We'll see if we can put in some kind of small garden, or some small bits and pieces for that. Where are we? Yeah, here we are, here. You see, between these houses here, I think there's a spot in there where we could put some small gardens. But I've used sheds on the other side, so... I could go here and here. Would be pretty decent. It all depends on the size. We'll see. Nice and peaceful, yeah. It's got a bit of everything. It's got a bit of building, survival, NPC interaction, a little bit of everything. Yeah. It is, isn't it? And doing well. No complaints. Nice. Yeah, that's what we do. There was another one here, but it's not that important. So, we need to do a tiny bit of hunting. See if we can deal with this lady before we leave. Let's see. I prefer to hunt bison or moose. But whatever's closest. Where? Here. And... okay. We'll have to go for what's close. Okay, we'll take the deer out. Hang on. Yeah, we'll go for that guy. Now, I don't know. We've got a good bow, but... hopefully this guy won't give me too much trouble. I want to do this from a distance so we can get a couple of shots in. The reason I picked those two is I used the skulls for decoration eventually, so... here we go. It's going to be right fun now, isn't it? We'll see if we can get the overhead shot in. Oh, he downed. Oh, that was... oh, sugar. Not good. Oh! 2 shots for that guy. Yeah, these guys are charger though, really. That's the meat taken care of anyway. Might be even lucky and get a score, won't we? Okay. Right, okay. Let's get rid of that little quest then. Mouths to feed. Yeah, we did a large settlement, Monk. But I think you've seen it, didn't you? On the Elkspo map, we finished that one. And then about 2 days later, the DLC came out where you could actually, you know, grow your own trees and move them around. Well, it's just as well I come out after that playthrough I had because it gives me something different to do on the other map. Okay, where's that lady? There she is. Mounts to feed. Come here, you. Done. Now, okay. We'll start our little rounds now. Oh, the Master Angler is the next one, because that's... Where are we? We started from the top one. Usually I'd start from the bottom and kind of work my way down. This is our next shot here, and then we work down there, there, and kind of work our way down. Of course, our main priority is getting those majestic seeds. We can only get one per season. See if we can find that little NPC. What is it? Well, they're not here, so they're probably where we're going, and then there's one other spot that could be basically wherever there's a tavern.
How are you?
There we go. We get this Master Angler quest, whatever it is. It just looks like a delivery job, I think. Okay, what's this? Extraction. Ah, sugar. Oh, yeah, there's probably not enough wood coming through. Nah, it should be enough. I'll tell you what we'll do then. That'll do. I can give him some wood later. He'll soon catch up with that. Okay, this is the special NPC that has the seeds.
Hello there. Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Now, I'm buying these for decoration, these other ones here. That seed was the one I wanted. The rest, not so much. He's an expensive little guy, that guy. That's it.
Goodbye.
Now, where's that lady? We'll buy some carrots. There's no way on this run we're getting 154 carrots. And by the time I actually make a garden and grow it, I'll have it picked up anyway.
Ah, trade is in my nature.
Ridiculous, 154 carrots. Well, we'd need 50... what was it? 154. We need 77 carrots on this one. To even be halfway there.
Have a good day.
How do you do? Do you need anything? It was nice.
Okay, where's this quest? Where's this angler guy? This way. Okay, it's probably a little hot outside town. This is a new one, let me see.
Even I would make a better king.
Kind of weird. This looks like a special quest, is it? Oh, definitely it's a special quest. I didn't even know this guy was here. Huh. Okay. Hello, my wife told me about your... Sorry, lad. Can't be paying for it. My fault. Something. Blah, 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 blah. I'm talking about your... What is it this time? My perfect smile. Your fish soup. Oh, sorry. When you're legendary in so many ways, it's hard to guess. Okay. Apparently. I'd like one bowl of your special soup, please. Sure. But how about a bet instead? Oh, here we go. What kind of a bet? How about a little fishing contest? I bet I can catch more fish than you. Let's say in an hour. Ah, sugar. Wait, aren't you called a master angler? That's right. Blah, blah, blah. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so what's my chance that you're... Oh, I will fail. You're... Okay. I bet you 50 coins you won't sell me this soup. I like what you did there, I really do, but I won't let you weasel out of it either, okay? But I did see it coming. I don't think... Okay, some fish soup. This is... just give me the soup, guy. You won't stay quiet for 5 minutes. Fish are stupid. You're stupid. Okay, I got him. Okay, give me the money, okay. Give me this stupid thing. Fine, no more bets, but still. Okay. What do you need? Fine. I'll get you what you want. I need a bit of a problem here. So what do we need? The skull. Now, I have one of those in storage. So what we'll do is... I can make my way down, and if there's some of those guys down there, we'll kill them. Where is it? There's the storages. Here, where's my closest storage? Whatever. There it is. You see it up there? I've seen some of those guys again. We'll see if we can get the skull. We'll see if we can do the hard way. Okay. So he wants us to hunt some of those buffalo guys. That's a bear. We'll keep him away from that. And there's some there. So if we don't get the skull from that, we'll just be working our way up towards my little storage spot. And if we get the skull from this guy, we can turn back. Now, let's go. By the time we brought in our horse, I'd say. At least now we can focus more on once we've got the main stuff done, we can focus more on these kind of silly quests and the settlement itself. Now, let's go. Oh, let's find this game so relaxing. I don't mind the bosses and, you know, having to kill enemies to progress and stuff like that, but it's a kind of different pace, you know?
Move on.
Well, you can really take your time in this game if you want to.
Here.
Okay, with a bit of luck. Ah, is that pig? I'm not really interested in the pig. What is that? No, that's bison. What is he? Oh, it is bison. I kind of look like the pig from there. Okay, let's see if we... What the? Uh-oh. Oh, bandit camp. Hang on.
I'll crush you.
I was right beside a bandit camp. I didn't even see it. Well, we got the drop on those guys anyway. Got them before they even stood up. Right. That was kind of funny. Oh, nice, some figs. I might choose those for decorations later. What have we got here? Rex, come on. A basic hat. We didn't get any carrots. Like 154 of them. Move everything, yeah? I have a plan for that clothing as well. We can make some, but we could use it for a certain amount of decoration as well, I suppose. What is this? I'll keep that silly thing as well. That would get cranked. Okay, I think that's it, guys. They weren't exactly the richest of bandits, were they? There we go. Right, let's get back to it. Where are these guys here? Ooh, there's 3 of these. Well, we have the camp. We can kind of hide in here. I suppose if we get really... Okay, let's see. We go for the classic headshot. Not too bad. Oh, that was some decent shooting. All headshots. Not too bad. Let's see, do we get this skull? If not, we can. I have some in storage. We'll make our way to that, but I prefer to get it here. Save me a little bit of a journey. Let me get this skull. Oh, come on, give me a skull. You know, that is absolutely brutal. Okay, looks like we're going to get one then. Oh, we have! We've got a skull, actually. Perfect. Alright, let's get back for that. What is that? Yeah, bring a skull to that guy. I still see a 0 up there. 0, 1 of 1. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's go back. Wasn't too bad. Saved me a bit of a journey. Do you know what I've noticed on both maps, Dread? You never get a quest to hunt deer. I think there was one of the main quests that we just killed 1 deer. And that was it. Yeah, on the other map, the Oxbow map, it's all about doing these over the story, these kind of little challenges. But there's always something stupid like, yeah, hunting badgers and rabbits and you get the odd wolf. Never bears or, you know, bison or, yeah. And pigeons and, oh, horrible little quest. Bought it when it came out, yeah? Well, that was the Oxbow map where there's no real kind of main story like this, so it's more of a kind of a multiplayer kind of thing. So it's just kind of endless kind of challenges. I've no bug fixes, or I've found no real bugs in this. No. Well, every now and again, you'll see an NPC kind of walking sideways, like it's something from a horror movie. But very, very rare. And that's it. Yeah. That kind of sidestepping thing. Like straight out of, you know, a horror movie. Get off the game. Yeah, and settle down, yeah? Right, let's give him this. Of course, we've been... here's your skull. Oh, now I remember, of course. Just give me the soup. Naturally, a deal is a deal. I can buy another bowl for free, taste it. I must say, I thought you were a fraud, but I'm impressed, although I still think you may have a gambling problem. Okay. Green, okay. Ah, come on. Let me welcome you into your new family and show you'll fit in. What? Don't make me change my mind. Oh, sugar. We got a new villager. I think I have a house free. I hope I have. He's really something I didn't need. Yeah, it's a villager. Really didn't need that. He's gonna be really pretty bad compared to the guys I have. I think I've got one house freeness just as well. Yeah, there it is. And that was the one I was going to actually crash a few times. There he is there, Roland. God, he's horrible, isn't he? Yeah, we'll have to put him to work straight away. And that's it. Now we need to get him a job. But he's older than I am. That's possible. Let me see. How do we do this again? I'll get that guy a job. It's going to take forever to level that idiot. Maybe we can kill him, can we? Yeah. We'll scoot him into service. Nah, okay, we'll scoot him into production here. Kitchen, smithy. Here, put him in with a smithy. Where are you, Roland? There. Yeah, he would have been decent, let's say. Maybe 10 seasons ago. With those kind of stats. Very spiky, yeah? Well, that's it, we got that. We can turn him out of the village later anyway. But we'll keep him. How are we gonna get... I think he's gonna be a bachelor, to be honest. He didn't bring down the stats of the other guys. Right. That's that one. Now, we need to get out of here, and what's the other quest about? Those stupid carrots. That'll be a massive problem. And this one. Well, we know about the carrot thing. And what's the other one? Winter cap. Okay, we can probably buy those. Yeah, okay, that one. Right, that's that one anyway. Well, that's been there for ages, that quest, and I didn't pick it up. Maybe I should have doing it about 8-9 years ago in the game. I was lucky I had that house left over. I was gonna knock it a few times. It's outside the boundary, it's just something I was using temporarily. Okay. We need to get there.
Hello there.
These two guys.
How are you? Good luck.
How have you only goods of the highest quality?
We'll be done our little shopping run in a moment, and then we'll see what we can do. Yeah, I think I better be keeping that for a bit. Now, one knife, one spear. Okay. Looks like you're getting some parch.
But goodbye, dear.
How have you been? I've got everything you need.
Yeah, I'll get rid of this junk now while we can. Well, I can get rid of the hat, I'd say. Where is it? That junk I think I might need. That's funny, I'm nearly sure we picked up a hat. Oh, there it is. Basic hat. Yeah. cheese, perch, pike, roach. Get rid of those as well. Cabbage. Yeah, have some leather. That will do. Now just 2 more guys to hit here. We need to deliver those shoes. I think it's in Gostovia. It usually is. Oh, where are these other guys? Surely it's not that late in the evening yet, is it? Oh, it is. It's almost 5. Okay. These are the last 2 here.
Hello. Best goods in the realm.
We want to hit this guy up with some leather.
See you around.
And you.
How is life treating you? Goodbye.
Oh, she's got a quest. Yeah, okay, I'll save it here. We'll try and get her up these quests during the season, guys. They're kind of fun, I suppose.
Hello there.
What is it? Sure. Okay, what does she want? Oh, time to hunt. Sugar. She wants copper arrows. Doesn't matter, I can make those. Hang on. She's silly enough to actually have them in her menu, and then I can sell them back.
Only the best products
Copper
here.
arrow. No, she hasn't. Okay, looks like we're making them. Looks like we're making them. That's good
Have a
enough.
nice day.
Okay. That's all of them here.
With me. I
Well,
just
hang on. I think this guy actually has copper arrows. How many does she need? 16. I doubt he'd have 16.
Price is so low.
A, B, C. C. Oh! That's cool. Yeah, I can buy them here. That is cool.
Have a good day.
I was lucky. Done. Right. Now, this one here. I think that's in Gostovia. That's our next stop. Better be. Oh no, Denica actually is our next stop. No. Oh, hang on. I've got to bring it up here. There. It is. It's in Gostovia. I was right. Okay, Denica next stop. Let's see if we can get there before they shut up shop.
How do you do?
Denica. We need to kill time a little bit in this season anyway, so we can, build out the rest of it. Are you winning medieval? Oh, yeah, the game is pretty good. We're pretty much done. It's just I want to do some of the little quests here and fix up the settlement, So getting a bit of fun from this. But I got all my achievements and pretty much passed it, yeah. Pretty much passed it. But it's not that kind of a challenge game, It's more about the exploring and, the building if you want to get into it. Or you could just, build something, let's say, adequate. If you know what I mean. But if you like games like, let's say, Subnautica, and even the likes of Valheim, yeah, this might appeal to people, you know, who like those kind of games. We'll be done our little rounds in a moment, and we'll get back, and I have to space out some kind of area for production. The one I spaced out, I had some nice trees in there, but I didn't realise the space the trees would take up. But I wanted a nice garden area anyway, a main gardens. So this will work perfectly as a main garden. So we'll
How are you?
sort out an area for that one. Okay, where is Danica? Oh, we're in Danica. Tell me we're in Danica, are we? Oh, we're in Danica. Or did we just arrive here? We did. Silly me. We just hit these 3 NPCs here now. I think one of them is a cook. We might get some carrots. Come here, you.
Oh,
Give me your
it's you
carrots.
again. Price is so low.
Yeah, I will never get enough carrots. Is there anything here? Not really. Well, I want those. I need those as well. Here. Have those, I suppose. Yeah, I'll save me cooking them up. It's not like we need them. Too much.
How do you do? Only the
Yeah,
best
we'll have to
price
camp
for you.
outside Gustovia. The game, yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. Winning was a bit of, yeah, because it seems... Yeah. They're pretty much optional. It's the kind of game, let's say, you know, you'd obviously follow the main story to get the achievements if you wanted that. But it's basically about slowly making up a settlement and, you know, just messing about, really. Yeah. For most people, it's the micromanagement at the beginning. I will say, it took me a few days to figure it out. But once you get into it, once you know what you're doing, and you know, once you learn something once, it's kind of obvious, sort of thing, and you can get your settlers to a stage where they can pretty much take care of themselves. Usually, when you have it running smoothly, obviously, if a worker drops out, here they can have families and such. So if a worker drops out and you replace them with someone with not the same skill level, it might kind of throw stuff off a little, you know, the balance of that, you know, get these icons, you know. But it's easy enough to work out. And then, you know, once everything is running and, you know, it's pretty decent, yeah. And it's nice to play one of these indie games for a change where you're not, you know, the only NPC there. You know, the likes of Subnautica, no one. The likes of Valheim, no one. Well, there is a couple of vendors, but it's a bit different than those in that sense, you know.
Want to see my wares?
But the thing that impresses me most about this game, it's how bug-free the settlers are. You know, the villagers or settlers. They're AI padding everything. You know, it's flawless actually. And the reason I say that is, you know, long-time player of you know, BGS games, and we all know what settlers are like on that. As I was saying before, it even got to the stage where I thought, you know, maybe having an NPC that, you know, could find its way properly around the settlement you built was probably a hard thing to do. But apparently not. Apparently not.
soon.
There, one more guy, and then we're done here.
How can I help you? My wares never disappoint.
Actually, oh, look at that, 44 carrots. Hoo-hoo-hoo. There's another guy down here as well. And there's a guy in the first village. We didn't get this quest, and he might have some carrots. We might have half a chance of getting this. Yeah, we might have half a chance of getting this. We didn't come across any herbalists yet, so... I'd like to get it done this season, making way for another one the next season. We could. Eventually I'll have that settlement up and running. We'll have too much of everything. But I want to take my time this time. I kind of rushed last time. That takes a bit from the game. There.
Soon.
We are done here. What do we like with carrots anyway? Nice. That's exactly the halfway mark. Bug free. No bugs. Just works. Yeah. Well, even in Skyrim, it's not that kind of, let's say, settler-driven thing. But yeah, you'll see a ton of bugs with just the vendors and stuff like that. But let's say more to the likes, Monk, of Fallout 4, especially if you're into settlement building. You know, the usual one anyway that everyone has to put up with is the NPCs spawning on roofs, beneath houses, and, you know, ramming on the roof kind of thing. None of that stuff here, because these guys actually know how to use the physics engine. And then you'll get, like, settlers are pretty okay in Fallout 4 if they're in the settlement that's originally there, that the developers did. They'll find their way around perfectly in that. The problems really tend to creep in when you put new stuff in. You know what I mean? I think we've always seen it. NPCs trying to walk through walls, walking off ledges, that kind of silly stuff. Here in this, you put something in, the NPC will instantly recognize it, walk around it, all of that stuff. Yeah. There was a good mod I actually got to combat that, where it was called Dogs Not Brahmin, and basically all of the Brahmin were exchanged for dogs, you know, like the Minutemen had. So that pretty much stopped that. And the dogs didn't spawn on the roof. Strangely enough. Yeah, I used to use a mod for that. And that kind of mod would be perfect if you wanted to use one settlement as a hub. You know, a kind of a hub for all of your, you know, all of your supply guys. Because if you had, let's say, 10 or 15 supply guys in one settlement, like, there'd be a whole herd of Brahmin, you couldn't move in there. Grey Dawn, but not allowed to until tomorrow. Oh. Red Rocket, yeah. Yeah, Red Rocket is usually a good spot.
Hello there.
But sometimes I would ignore Red Rocket because it's too close to Sentry. But there's, let's say, the most persistent bugs in that game, Fallout 4. And I think everyone has suffered it from time to time. Is, let's say you've built up Sentry, you've built up Red Rocket, and you've built up Abernathy Farm. And these three settlements are really close together. You look at all the other settlements, they're miles apart. These three are pretty much, I have overlapping cells, unfortunately. So everything is going perfect, and you're a good maybe 20, well, maybe at least 20 hours into the game. Then you'll get that alerting that you've got not enough beds in Sanctuary or not enough food or water. And you said, hang on, I did everything perfectly, what's going on? You go back, you open up your menu, everything seems to be okay, and you say, okay, that was just a little glitch. You know, you fast travel out again, and it comes back in a few minutes again. You come back, you fix it. Then before you know it, it starts to spread to other settlements. And then you're pretty much done. So that's called the resource bug. There's been a ton of theories on that one. Guys saying, oh, it's TVs. If you take your radio out, no, this is all bull. But basically what it is, it's the reset mechanism. Yeah, much in Fallout. I want to. I'm just getting into the... It's not bad, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yes, some games you just can't get into. I know exactly what you mean. My theory on this is the cell from Sanctuary is overlapping with Red Rocket and vice versa, let's say, with Abernathy Farms. So, I think the way it happens is, there's a certain time in the game, let's say, where you'll get a cell reset. Because I was playing, let's say, I had some robots and junk in Sanctuary. I had Ada, that Ada robot from the DLC? But I had another robot workbench in Red Rocket. And as I was fixing up robots there, I noticed I got access to Ada as well, which is impossible, because she was in the next settlement down. I said, okay, it's probably just some kind of a bug. But then, I played a few hours more and whatever, I came back and no, she didn't show up again. And then every so often she would show up on the robot workbench. And it was then I realised that she'll show up just at the time when there's a cell reset. So during a cell reset, let's say, because of the overlapping cells, what happens is on a cell reset, it will kind of tot up, all the stuff you have, the food, what's there and all of that stuff. And it starts to tot up some from the other settlement, and vice versa. Those numbers don't match up, let's say, after the cell reset, and then the game bugs out. That, I think, is the massive problem. Though a good way, I suppose, of avoiding this is totally ignoring Red Rocket as a settlement, not claiming it whatsoever. You might have a chance then to get away with that. But the cell thing, I got a bug one day, which is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Basically, all the colours went sideways, and I could literally see the cell. The cells are down like a giant dome, like something in a Martian colony, like a half a spear kind of thing. So I was looking around, and it's kind of done like a mosaic, like triangular in different shapes, for lighting and stuff like that. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. But I could see the entire cell. It was like a huge dome, and it actually goes past the water tower, just past the water tower, right onto Red Rocket. So if I wasn't 100% sure before it was an overlapping cell, that absolutely proved it to me. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And it was through experience I found that. But if you get that bug and you're trying to get it fixed, and there's so many stuff. It's like a conspiracy theory. Those TVs, radios, all of that stuff. Nah. Yeah. Yeah. I think the only way that you'd have half a chance of avoiding that would be not to claim Red Rocket, and then you'd have the space, let's say, between Sanctuary, and you'd have the space between Abernathy Farm. But to be honest, there's a good chance that they're overlapping as well. So you'd nearly want to not touch those two, or maybe get some kind of mod or something. Yeah. Yeah, well, those three settlements are the ones where it will start. Abernathy, Sanctuary, and always those three. They're too close together. You'll never have that problems. You will after, because once that kicks in, it will start spreading out. I had all of the settlements up there, and I checked it out for a while. And after playing a while, I think it spread to maybe 7 or 8 settlements. Yeah. With that, it's always started on me. The way I would do a game there is I would put 20 settlers in there, and long before the settlers would come, I'd have the 20 beds ready. It depends on how much you're doing, I suppose. But it's all down to kind of rolling the dice timing. In a sense that if you fast travel into Sentry just at the correct time, when there's a cell reset and something else is going on, you'll 100% get that bug rightly. So it's just a matter of time before you get it. It all depends on how many times you'd go back to your settlement over the thing. You know, the more you'd visit, the more chance you'd have of getting it. So most people would fix up a settlement and just make it doable and then just hardly ever go back to it, you know. Yeah, never worked for me. But then again, I had a lot of settlements up. But there's so many other factors. But I myself personally, I don't know if it's just me guessing, but I myself personally am blaming the cells overlapping for it. I can't see how, that would not be a problem in the game. I suppose how much you build to is a factor. They called it a workbench bug there at one stage, didn't they? But that is a very, very annoying bug, and that's still not fixed. I spent a silly amount of time on those BGS games. There's another one too. Did you ever come across it in Skyrim? You'd go to a dragon den. You kill that dragon, and then the word of power is not there. You can hear it, but it's not lighting up, and you can't get it. I remember that one. I tried a ton of things, and eventually found a strange workaround. Well, obviously you would need a save before you first got to that dragon den. So you'd load that one up, and then you'd go to that dragon den, but you wouldn't hit it head on. Going, let's say, straight, let's say, to the front. You'd come from behind. You'd have to go from behind. I remember it took 20 minutes to scale a mountain to get to this particular one. But once I scaled the mountain, I was on top of the den, and you had to kind of drop down. And it seemed to work. Yeah, it was the strangest thing ever. And that was the only way. So obviously when I got that word, I saved it, then went back to the old save. And I tested it a few times, but no. When you're coming from the direction from the front, So there was some kind of bug that triggered, God knows what it was. But coming in from behind from a different direction, it spawned in. To be honest, I think even if you asked the Bethesda devs, they couldn't tell you. I think that engine is patched together so much with outdated code and duct tape and wire hangers and stuff that, it's probably a mystery to those guys as well. They keep talking about bugs, yeah. Feature, I tell you, those are features. Todd says it works, so it works, yeah. Yeah, it does. But no, that company will never cop on, as we say here. The only way that company would learn a lesson is to go bankrupt, everyone to be sacked, someone sensible to get the IP, and carry it on. Yeah. And they're harping on about Starfield again, But that game, brutal. Absolutely brutal. But they're talking about another DLC. Oh no, guys, this one is going to be great. It's going to change the whole game. So the game is stupid and boring. The DLC they released is even more stupid and boring. And even if this is the best DLC that was ever made, it won't save that game, to be honest. So what do? You're going to buy Starfield and just play that one DLC? Yeah, they're coming out with another DLC. Talk about flogging a dead horse. They must have money to burn. As works well, yeah. It's not, yeah. Yeah, they're talking about coming out with a new DLC. Todd was at it again, doing interviews with that Matty guy, his right-hand man. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, but it's the kind of game that doesn't have storytelling, Dread. It has zero. Those kind of indie games. Same with Valheim, and even this game. You know, it's not much on the storytelling. But the only thing that BGS has over those is storytelling. But when it comes to games with these so-called RPGs, AAA games, their storytelling is quite bad. You know, the likes of a lot of games, like let's say CD Projekt and stuff like that. You know, the story in the Skyrim towards the story in Witcher is much different. You know, the story in Starfield towards the story in Cyberpunk. You know, so it's got better storytelling when it's punching, let's say, below its weight, if you know what I mean. But when it's up with the guys, let's say, you know, that would be considered in the same category, it's so far behind, it's a joke, you know. It is, yeah, it'll have to cook for a while. But it's still better than Starfield. At least you can save a ship on that when it's partially built, Dread. Yeah, to be honest, I got lost. I couldn't figure out how to move that forward and lost interest. Ah, on that one. Yeah, it's complicated enough. No problem, Terry. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care, stay safe, and be well. But yeah, they're pushing ahead with the next Fallout, and there's been a ton of leaks, but how true they are, I don't know. But some insider was let a leak going that apparently that the next Fallout will be in San Francisco, but it was always going to be in North America, you know. But apparently San Francisco would be a good spot. I could see a Fallout universe in that. You know, San Quentin, you know, the bridge, that kind of thing. They could kind of push that one in. Yeah. But, yeah, San Francisco makes sense. Or it's not San Quentin, what's it called? A rock. Alcatraz. No, San Quentin is a different place. Alcatraz. I could see them push that into some kind of raider base. Absolutely, as a kind of all-rounder. But it would take a lot of work, let's say, to kind of put the kind of immersive quality quests in. I can't see those kind of games, you know, kind of get there yet. Not for a while, at least. But as an all-round game, it's a much better game. Now, okay, we want to do our business. We're here for your carrots. I doubt we'll get enough carrots, but we'll give it a good try.
See you around.
Let's see if we can get every NPC here. It might not be too bad. He has carrots, doesn't he? Come on, Edwin. Oh, you've got a lot of carrots. You have got a ton of carrots. I wonder what we're like on carrots now. Oh, he's even got a spruce seedling. Oh, 24 carrots. I think we might be able to make it on this run, guys. Yeah, there's another vendor that we missed. We weren't, well, we didn't need carrots at the time. Yes. Yeah, there's so much more you can do. And let's say, you know, on a ship. On No Man's Sky. Vancouver would be fun, yeah. I think they'll always keep it within the US. Only guys like, let's say, the guys that did Fallout London and that But I heard there's another bunch of modders working on a big Fallout thing as well. Where was it set? Oh, I forget. Yeah, I forget where it's set, but there's rumors about that as well. By accident, yeah? Yeah. Alcatraz works too, yeah. But I could see how they could easily fit that into the Fallout universe if you did pick San Francisco. No, there's a few decent landmarks there. But I could see maybe Alcatraz either... no, one of the factions. They would definitely put one of the factions in Alcatraz. Yeah. You know, like they did, let's say, in New Vegas with the Powder Gangers? Yeah. But it's still all speculation, but... apparently, this guy that has that insider is most of the time right. And I've heard, let's say, that on the TV series, they wanted to do certain things, and Todd said no, because they'd be kind of hitting on it, let's say, you know, on the game. But then again, you know, you can't believe a word from Todd's mouth, but the leaks say that anyway, and we'll see where it goes. But to be honest, they're going to have to come up with a real gem. It's going to have to be way better than Fallout 4, you know, to win back most people. And, well, it's going to be a success either way, even if it's rubbish, guys. You know, everybody will buy it. But it's like the thing with Borderlands, you know, where, you know, Borderlands 2 was pretty successful, you know, everyone loved it. Then they came out with Borderlands 3 and it wasn't so good, and a lot of people didn't like it apparently. So that affected the sales too, let's say, for Borderlands 4. You know, because they bought Borderlands 3 on what was going on 2, and 3 wasn't great, so 4 is even worse again, so if they come out with another one, and this Randy guy seems to be gaslighting people, you know. Yeah. But yeah, it's hard to know. And I was looking into that ROG thing as well that Microsoft put out. I thought it was an ordinary kind of handheld thing, you know, but apparently you can access PC games on it. So they've got the tech for that from cloud. So yeah, they're probably telling the truth about the next console. That you will be able to get some Steam games on it. That would be interesting. But it's a pity, as I said before, Dread, that they didn't come out with this maybe instead of this rubbish console they have now, the X series. Where you just get the ROG, yeah, the ROG. Yeah. That was the time to implement this when they were still in everyone's good graces, you know? And kind of stay not so toxic, and, you know, they would have making some good ground. Yeah. It is, but if you can... I could see it. I know I hate defending any corporation, but I could see a lot of people go for it, you know, because you've got the ease of console and you're basically playing PC games. But if the console was around $1,000, around, let's say, maybe $1,000, even $1,200, I could see a lot of people go for it, you know. A lot of people, let's say, that were on console that just wanted to make the kind of PC transition, but never got around to it. How good the hardware is, you know, that's another thing. You know, if it would do what it's supposed to do, I can see it be a success. But if there's problems, you know, with lagging, or they haven't got the tech, or knowing Microsoft, if the hardware is junk and, you know, the thing is breaking down after 8 months and controllers going sideways and all of that stuff, and there's a lot of fluff and bloat on the thing, it won't sell too good. But it is pretty expensive. But, you know, gaming PCs are ridiculously expensive. You know, for a really good gaming PC, you're giving about 5k, you know. Well, you know, the chip, the Nvidia chip, the latest one they came out with, that's averaging for about $3,000, you know, just for the chip. Now, obviously, it's not costing anything like that to make this, so, you know, it's artificially bloated because you've only got what? You've only got Nvidia and you've got AMD. And AMD is always kind of a runner-up to Nvidia. I think Nvidia now is the most, it's the top company, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. And then I think it's Microsoft, isn't it? And then I think Apple or something like that. But when you only got a couple of companies, let's say, producing quality chips, you're always going to get that kind of thing. It's like the top 3 guys, let's say, that run the world's diamond trade. You're just paying for a piece of rock, and they've got tons of them in the vaults, and they're just... I'm thinking the chip producers, they could produce a lot more, but they won't. They're just producing enough to keep a constant kind of frenzied demand for it and up the prices of it. So it's pretty scummy, to be honest. Aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, especially now, let's say, since the pandemic, Yeah. But I can see how the price jumped up maybe during this so-called supply line issue. But that's over. And this is the problem with stuff, let's say, going up. And I've seen this before. When something goes up due to some unforeseen circumstance, even when that circumstance is fixed, they'll never bring them down. I've seen this in the 70s OPEC oil crisis here in this country, where gas prices went sky high. And even after that was resolved, they still stayed that way, So, once you get people used to paying a certain price for something, they'll never bring that price down. Or if they do, it won't be by a lot. But, this is the way it works. This is, any company really that's driven by capital. Yeah, but I was looking at them. For a reasonable PC, it's 5K. And then, of course, with a PC, it's not as easy as console, where, there'll be little tweaking you'd have to do and, stuff like that and upgrading, whereas with the console, you should be able to get about 5 years or more from it, Oh, way easier. Way easier with streaming, way easier with everything. You just go on and you just play your game. There's no thinking about, is your system compatible with the game you're getting. It's always been easier. But the choice is, it's abysmal, isn't it, Leroy? But if you got access to the Steam store, and if they would play properly and there's no issues, I can see that console, even at $1,500. But obviously it couldn't be that much. Let's say $1,200. I could see that be a reasonable success until people kind of accepted more. But as I said, will it do the job it's going to do properly? And is the hardware up to scratch? That I don't know. Because, if the hardware is going to be giving trouble, after a year or so, yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, it's way easier.
Oh, it's you again. Whatever you need, I got it.
Carrots, we got 10 more, guys.
Yeah, have a nice day.
No, I think there's only one guy left. We'll get that. Where is he anyway? We could kind of miss him. How are we on carrots anyway? Ooh, we only need 14 more, guys. But I've always been a console gamer. But, since there were about 14, my sons have always been PC. That was a long time ago.
Can I help? Trade is in my
Yeah, that's the guy I'm looking for. There. Right, we're done here. Okay, let's work our way back, I'd say, from here. And then we can get the rest of the cards. We'll still need the mushrooms. Those ones are only available at winter, and that's far away. But I think the herbalist should still have some in stock. Me too. Yeah, I'm kind of old school with that, the console and TV and, you know, that kind of stuff. Oh, PCs are nice as well, you know, don't get me wrong. But if you're used to console, maybe a bit on the complicated side, and as we're saying, definitely on the pricey side. But eventually, I can see in the future, let's say, you know, this hardware being obsolete in a sense where if someone came out with a tiny little box system, let's say, you could plug into your TV or whatever with your controller, and most of the heavy lifting would be done on the other side, that would be extremely successful. But I can see the slippery slope of this. Well, basically something like that would put consoles and gaming PCs out of business. But once they had enough people over on that system, they'd start charging monthly subscriptions and they'd start jacking up the price. This is the problem. You know, so you need competition and you need different platforms, because if you don't have that, you're going to have some serious problems. You know, like, you know, you need at least 2, if not more, people doing consoles, and there's other platforms and, you know, other places to buy like GOG and Steam and whatever the case may be. Because if 1 or 2 companies get too much of a share of the market, that's some serious issues there. And it doesn't matter what they promise. You know, even if they promise it to the courts when they're doing mergers. You know, take Microsoft, for example. When they were acquiring that last acquisition, what was it, 70, 80 billion or something? The FTC, there was one person in particular that wasn't too happy. That kind of called it. And I think everyone was trolling her because of it. And everyone said it was good for gaming. You know? But eventually, anyway, they managed to buy. I think they just won by 1 vote on the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission. It was, I think, Lena Khan, wasn't it? But I'm not sure if she was still working there at the time, but she pretty much called it. But it was an easy thing to call, to be honest. But people didn't want to believe it. So they basically promised the FTC that because of their acquisition, they wouldn't be laying off workers. They wouldn't be jacking up the prices, and they made a few other promises. And literally, as the deal was going through, they let off 9,000 staff. And we've seen the prices getting jacked up, and not by a little bit. So, unless these kind of promises are legally binding, it's a waste of time. If, you know, you think that, let's say, them going back on their word would be bad PR, yeah, probably is. Will they care if they're making money? No, they won't. The kind of rules that need to be in place, that need to be backed up by real law. And I don't mean a fine. A fine is a waste of time. We've seen this before. If a company does something nasty and they make $1 billion, and you fine them 20 million or 100 million, that's not a punishment. So, people need to go to jail. You know, that's the only way to do something like that. There needs to be criminal charges, and no kind of deferred, what do they call it? When they fine a company, let's say, and deferred something they call it. Which basically is just a corporation paying off the government to for a get out of jail free card. But when somebody is held accountable for illegal actions by a corporation, if there's somebody ultimately accountable that will do jail time, all of this will change. But as long as they can keep, let's say, buying off government, nah, it's not going to change. We've seen this with Sony, and we've seen this with Apple.
How do you do?
No, okay, we need to stick it off here for a while, get some food, and then we'll... Yeah, I think we'll get those 154 carats after all. Which I'm pretty surprised. But the mushrooms, oh, that's another thing. And the noble shoes. Ah, sugar. We forgot to deliver those. Are you kidding me? We just came from there. Ah, it doesn't matter, we'll go back in the morning. I need to make some junk anyway, yeah. That's stupid. But yeah, there's a little bit more to that console that they're coming out with. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. It's a pity that they put their foot in it so many times beforehand, but as I said, that kind of release maybe 5-6 years ago instead of the consoles we have now. Yeah, maybe they didn't have the tech at that time, it's hard to know. No. Okay, that's stupid quest. Oh, we can get it on the end anyway. We'll see what way it goes. So, that's deliver the shoes. So what's the other one? There it is there. Okay, we need... Oh, the sticks and stones. Yeah, we can work that one out. Yeah, let's put the carrots away. This guy will actually take it. We don't have to bring that stuff to him. We'll take it from there. And I'm like in the minority. Yeah, but I don't have a console. Xbox, PlayStation or whatever. So playing game on console will require me to buy a console. And there's nothing... Absolutely, yeah. But you see, you've probably been, you know, on PC from the beginning. It's all pretty normal to you. But for someone that has a console and would have played with it all their life, they would need the expensive kind of stuff or the headaches, let's say. Well, you know, if you haven't used a PC before, it's like, you know, if you're driving a car and it's all second nature to you, and then, you know, somebody sits into a car and they've never driven before. It's kind of like that. I found controllers way harder than... Oh, yeah. But it's a matter of just what you're used to. My kids play with mouse. I can only play with a controller. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's just what you started off with. You know what I mean? But when we say it being easier, well, you know, you're playing on the Xbox. You just turn it on, you've got a controller, you pick a game, you buy it, you play it, you move to the next. You don't have to upgrade your console. You don't have to check requirements, you know. Usually all the games are optimized for that. But the weak spot, let's say, in the Microsoft console is, well, number one is, well, the controllers are rubbish, but you can get different controllers. But their selection is brutal. And then you're kind of held to ransom with prices. You're paying a lot more than they would pay on Steam. Unless it doesn't support it, yeah. But, you know, it's just basically plug up and play kind of thing. I'm sure on PC, if you had a PC, let's say, that wasn't the youngest PC ever, there might be some games coming out, let's say, that, you know, your game mightn't support it, mightn't play too good. On console, well, it can happen as well, but it's supposed to be okay. You know, it's supposed to be playable on console. Yeah, I've heard about the King Kong too. Best of the best. There will be my next ones that I'll be buying. I'm not buying any more Microsoft controllers. And I'm seriously thinking about not buying any more consoles as well. But if you're someone that's, played with PC from the beginning with a mouse and that, yeah, you're going to be on that kind of system, and you're definitely going to prefer that. And yeah, playing on console wouldn't be convenient because you would have to buy one. But if you were a guy that was playing with them non-stop and you didn't know anything about PCs, it's very convenient. I play Icarus and it only supports that. Ah. But I think we've all seen it coming with this kind of Game Pass thing, to be honest. That it was only a matter of time. Now, what do we need to do? We'll cook up that junk, I'd say, here, and then we'll move out. We'll get this little thing done. Cyberpunk. Nice. That happened to you in Skyrim Special Edition. Oh god, that was a disappointment, wasn't it? The laptop I was playing at the time simply wouldn't have it. I couldn't handle it, but for everyone on console, it was no problem. It was all optimized and it was all designed for that. But that's what I can see happening in the future too, Monk. If they want to push forward with this, PCs will have to be kind of, to a certain extent, I suppose. You see, the problem with any developer when they're making a game is, this platform. It will have to be playable on one platform, and then it will need a different thing and have to be released again on another one. Eventually, in the future, I can see where you can buy a game and you can play it anywhere, on any platform, whatever the case may be. They'd have to standardize, I suppose, a lot of stuff. I don't know how that would work in the corporate world. Maybe they're holding back on that because, you're stuck to their systems and they can get more money from you or whatever the case may be. I wouldn't know how that would play out. But in an ideal world, you should be able to buy a game, any game that's out there on any platform, and play it on console or PC or whatever. And you shouldn't have to, worry so much about how compatible it is. More money, of course, yeah. I'm just having to buy a TV that would support the graphics card. Yeah. Yeah, it's all about the money, isn't it? Always about the money. On my controller, I just feel bad too. Yeah. Me, I couldn't touch anything else. But my sons can play in controller or on mouse. And I've often said to them, oh, how can you play with a mouse? But it's just like learning to drive or whatever the case may be. It's just getting used to it. And if you started off with mouse, you'd obviously prefer that. Especially me being the older generation, so all of gaming started off with, with the kind of controller thing. Then a 40-inch, yeah? Probably, yeah. I wouldn't have a clue. I've never played with one. But yeah, I can see where, let's say, if you could use a mouse, where it would be better to use, let's say, if you're doing online multiplayer shooters and stuff like that. Yeah? All life-sized. Okay. Right, let's do this. Like, I don't know how many streamers we've raided from time to time, and you know, to be saying, "Oh, well, yeah, that game, I can't get it because my PC is a potato." You know, it wouldn't be able to run that one. And basically, on console, it's standardized, you could say. You know. Yeah, it's not a great place to set up a settlement. But I took down that forest twice. You know, to get the wood I needed. You'd want somewhere where there's maybe forest trees or maple. You know, you'd be getting twice as much wood. Now we need 14 carrots. And what's that other thing we need? Winter cap. We need 40. This is a herbalist here. She might have that winter cap. Where is she? We'll get my carrots. This guy would have carrots if we can find them. So we might get what we need here, and the rest of the sticks and stuff, we'll be okay with those. Here, give me 14 carrots.
Another client? Well,
There we go. 14 carrots. We are done. I can't believe I got 154 carrots from these guys. On your front lawn, yeah? There are, yeah. Also, I've noticed with the leaves, let's say, if you park something out for a while, your automobile, whatever, you know, it's kind of wet and whatever, the leaves will stick in if you leave it too long. They produce a kind of acid as well that will cut into your paintwork. Yeah, I've seen it happen a few times.
hope to see you soon.
Now, have you got those? What are they called again? Winter cap. It says here I have no sticks. I have to go back and get those.
Hello.
Oh, you're the wrong one. That's this lady. Where is she? Winter cap. We need 49 of them. Tell me you've got winter cap. Ah, sugar. They don't have it this time of year. It looks like we're waiting till December to get this. Or till winter season. That is rubbish. We've got woolly. No winter cap. Sugar. That is the stupidest thing ever. Okay, it doesn't matter. We got most of them anyway, that's what counts. 71. I was born in the late 60s. 68. Yeah, 68. Now, well, that's just a delivery. We'll do that later when we're going back. So, it said I don't have a ton of sticks. I thought I had a ton of them. The stone we have, the winter cap will be a problem. I assumed that those guys would have them, but apparently not. But maybe some other one will. That one. In the house, yeah? Yeah, it is.
What can I?
I always just a few more vendors to go through. It's a pity about that stupid mushroom thing. We should be able to do something with it, I suppose. What am I doing with the bars? Are you kidding me? Did I forget to make the... I did. I forgot to make those. I think we have enough to finish anyway. You know, to sell. We should be okay. Yeah, 84 should be enough to finish. Or just a couple, two more after this. Should have enough. There.
Take care.
Okay, there's just 2 more to do. But the herbalist thing, that was a disappointment. Bought some alcohol, really looking at my ID card, said I looked older than 37. They asked you for an ID card? After I looked at my ID card saying I looked older than 37, probably. Yeah. Why would they even ask you for an ID card? You know, some people maybe in their early 20s might look a bit younger, but she was being pretty nosy, wasn't she? Yeah, here they can only ask for an ID card if you look obviously too young. Off the ground. Yeah? Joking. That's ridiculous, guys, isn't it? Yeah. Ever since I got to around maybe 22, I've never been asked for that. And I even remember being asked at 22, I started laughing. And when I started laughing, it was actually a nightclub. The guy said, oh, go on, go in. Yeah. You're joking me. That is ridiculous. That's letting somebody, know a little bit too much about you. I'd have an issue with that. I would really have an issue with that. Yeah. Could be. It's possible. Well, the red hair is associated with Scotland and Ireland. The Celtic thing, yeah. But that's ridiculous to be ID'd at that age. I think when in my early 20s, and only about twice in my life, I was ID'd, and that was a nightclub. And I found it funny at the time. Yeah. But if somebody looks obviously, older than 18 or 21 or whatever the case may be, like if you're going in to get alcohol and, you've got a grey beard and maybe a walking stick or a Zimmer frame, to ID them, it's more of a power move, isn't it? I've got the power to do this. I think it's very, very petty, guys. No ID, no cigarettes, no matter what age you are. No, it's not like that here. Now, my son, there about 6 or 7 years ago, he was ID'd regularly. He was 20, but his face didn't kind of look 20. But no, not anymore. Yeah, it's a power move. It's nothing got to do with the law. Like, the law is there so kids don't buy cigarettes or alcohol, correct? So, there's no logical way that someone with grey hair, now obviously looks, or whatever the case may be. So, it's not about that then. It's about power. It's about, even if it's just the pettiest thing. And this is the thing I see here a lot, guys, where you get a person would just give them a tiny bit of power, just a tiny bit, and they will use it to make themselves feel better. Absolutely. Yeah. I would not give my custom, to be honest. Is this written into law, Anu, that no matter what age you are, even if you obviously look more, that they can ID you and that's just it? Is it kind of a private policy thing? Absolutely. And strangely enough, if you give someone, well, a ton of power can be bad as well, but it's not as abused as much as just the tiniest power. Yeah. 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 No, I would not. I would never complain to a manager. That's too Karen. But for something like that, I would have to make an exception. Most workers at the store don't if you have grey hair. Yeah, well, those people don't need to do that because they're pretty, they're probably happy with, the way they are. They don't need to inconvenience someone or demean them, to make their own day a little brighter. They're probably, balanced people with no petty issues. Depends on the store. I would not give my business to a store that would ID me. If there's an inspection. Well, yeah, they're bureaucrats and idiots, so I wouldn't mind that. You're not actually buying from them. No, yeah. Walmart won't sell it if you don't have ID and don't look over 40, even though the law is, 21? Oh, I don't know. This ID thing is getting out of control, guys, isn't it? You see, it's to 18 here, I know. 18 years of age. You can drink alcohol, do what you want at 18. 16, yeah, that's what it is here too for a driving license. 16 for a driving license and 18 for alcohol and cigarettes. But there was a guy on here before, and he was saying he was in the military. And he's in the military, and he can't legally drink alcohol. I found that pretty strange, If you can join the military, and, you can't have a beer. And maybe it's just me. Because if you're not sensible enough to have a beer at that age, well, you're definitely not sensible enough to be in the military. Yeah, I think that's wrong. I've heard rumours that they want to put up the age, some more. But don't drink. Yeah, or you're in charge of some serious weapons and stuff. Yeah. I think it's disrespectful, to anyone in the military, to say, yeah, you can serve your country, but I think, let's say, if you're allowed to join the military at 18, I think it should be 18. You're adult enough to join the military, you're adult enough to have a beer. Yeah. I couldn't... Really? To 21. Oh, hi Randy. How are you? Been well, I hope. Yeah, none of my business or anything, but... I don't see the logic. But here it's always been 18. As far as I know, I've been around a while. So, what have you been up to, Randy?
Hello there.
Where's that other one we want to go to? There it is. I don't know much about it, to be honest. But, I think if you're in the military and you're over 18, you should be allowed to have a beer, with your mates, with your friends. Been working a lot. I'm off 3 days now. Nice, on a bit of a break. But I don't know, I suppose they have their reasons. None of my business.
They can't even be original.
Oh, this is the one I deliver. Actually, it's this one I deliver the shoes to, I think. November. And another 3 days off in November. Nice.
I'm fed up with people always complaining.
Oh, hang on. Oh, we've got to go back with that show.
Damn.
What's this one? Somebody. Okay, deliver to... Yeah. This is the same thing. We'll better go back and do it, I suppose. Now, let's take our cash.
Oh, it's It's you. Best goods in the valley.
There's not much there I need. Oh, we've got something to sell all the same. I think we have. And we've got our 154 carrots. I never thought I'd get 154 of them. All the other days I'll be work all month, not enough time to do the laundry between. But you just do a 5-day, Randy, isn't it? Yeah. Here it's extremely unusual for anyone to do more than 5 days.
Hello! Best goods in the valley.
Yeah, we're pretty good on that. Monthly. Oh, so you go in per month, you could do anywhere to 7 to 8 days. So it's a kind of shift kind of thing. Yeah, I see. So you do them all together. Yeah, you get some jobs here, you know, where you'd let's say maybe week on, week off, and certain things where you'd work 7 days and then you're off 7 days and then you work 7 days kind of thing. Yeah. So they do a kind of shift rotation thing. Yeah. One reaction in a particular direction leads to another overreaction in another. And the circle goes on, yeah? Just like the Middle Ages. That this, game portrays. Every actual action has an opposite and equal reaction. At the very least, huh? True, I've likened it to such myself. Anu. The system we have now. You know, let's say in the Middle Ages you were basically, in reality you were basically owned, you know. Let's say in a sense you had this little farm, but you had to pay taxes. And probably you didn't own it. You know, you had to pay a landlord. So it was enough for you to do to just scrape up enough money to pay your taxes and the landlord. And if there's a little left over, maybe you could eat. So what difference is that, let's say, to being owned by someone? Yeah, we won't say the S word, it's horrible. So a serf, basically. Where you had landlords and you had aristocracy running the show. Now we have corporations doing the same thing, and people are working non-stop just to pay the bills. The date has changed, the type of work has changed, the overlords have changed, but the system is basically still the same. Serfdom, yeah. That's it. You know? No, the world doesn't change, does it? Names will change. Stuff will change, but the outcome is pretty much the same. You've got the top tier guys, you've got the middle guys, and you've got the lower guys. But what I see happening, let's say, within the past 5 decades in particular, the middle guys have been systematically kind of taken out. You know, very few of them will move to the top, but most of them will move to the bottom. So eventually you'll probably see, if it keeps up, especially with AI, you will see a system where there's only 2 classes, the haves and the have-nots. This is when the fun will really begin, you know. Feudalism, yeah. Yeah, that's... Well, you know, when you've got an elite or just a few in charge of everything, well, obviously, it's human nature to take advantage of a situation like that. I don't know, there's no real system, guys, is there? The only things we had in place, really, was, you know, maybe unions, when there were something to talk about. But corporations in particular, my God, you know, in the past 3-4 decades, they've really gone overboard, to be honest, on everything. You know, everyone needs money, but How much money do you need? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It will reach tipping point. AI is just the thing to do that. And I don't mean it, let's say, in a kind of sci-fi sense. But if they can get AI smart enough to take over most jobs, well, that's a lot of people without jobs. How are these people going to live? And even, let's say, a circular argument would be, if people don't have money, how can they consume? Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah. There's something new that can change pretty much, I suppose. Yeah. All the money. Yeah. I need all of it. I don't want to worry about what's in the bank. Yeah. I remember my one Irish relative got a pamphlet saying the solution to the divorce epidemic in Ireland is to re-establish an Irish money monarchy. Really? Okay. Who is the new High King? So I can donate so much that I don't have to pay my taxes. The world has never seen that before. So maybe we can survive this. Possible. AI is a bit of a self-defeating solution for a non-existent problem. Well, it's non-existent for us, but the existing problem that corporations have is they've got to pay people. And that doesn't sit well with corporations. Would a corporation replace a worker with AI, no matter what happens to that worker, or the backlash that will come down the road? Of course they will. Yeah, of course they will. Around the world, yeah. They do it, yeah. They've done it already. They've been doing this since the 70s, Dread. You know, corporations and factories moving out of their home countries, going to Asian countries like China. Tesla did it. Microsoft did it. They all did it. They moved out of their own country, taking American jobs and whatever the case may be, got some sweet deals in other countries, and did that. All to, they said obviously to manufacture cheaper, but it was all to maximize profits. But before the 70s, it wasn't such a feasible thing to do. You know, air travel wasn't what it was, and there was no internet. So now that you've got these in place, and you know, so they've already done that. So the AI thing would be, yeah, but their AI, their capabilities was very limited. But on the assembly lines, yeah, on cars and whatever. But it was still some stuff that needed humans for the more complicated tasks. I'm sure they're working on getting rid of those. Like Microsoft now has just the AI for their help desk. 9,000 sacked on that. Yeah. Oh yeah. They'll always be needed. For a while at least. But imagine if you could get AI into a robot to do these kind of things. You know, like 50 years ago, the type of AI we have now would be just a dream. So, you know, who knows, in another 50 years, who knows how that will go. But now you're getting into, if you're putting AI into robots that can do complicated tasks like that, now you're basically getting into Terminator territory on that one. That one would be, it wouldn't end well, I'd say. Trying to keep factories here. I've seen that one. I can understand, let's say, some stuff to a certain degree. But, you know, some things go too far and some things don't go far enough. Carpeting, yeah. Probably, yeah. Well, the house thing doesn't kind of work like that here. They're not that kind of, you know, prefabricated on that. Where you can put them up really quick. Here it's the brick and mortar and stone kind of thing. And I can't see that change, to be honest. You know? Mm. Nobody here would be interested in a kind of house that could be, pretty much prefabricated here, you know. Mm. No, who knows? Maybe another 50 years or that, it might get different. Mm. No, all houses. But the councils do make houses for affordable accommodation. These houses will be rented, Anu. And let's say if you wanted to buy your house then, they would knock off X amount of the rent you paid. So let's say if you paid 10 grand in rent over the years, and you would buy a house, they'd probably knock off 7 grand off the price of the market value and give you what they call a first time buyer grant. So you'd probably get about 20 grand off it, and that kind of system. But all houses, nobody would have a kind of prefabricated house. I've never seen one. Yeah, that's been around forever. So it's not dead money gone to a landlord, A friend of mine, let's say, was living in a house he was actually renting it from the local council for about 10 years or so. Then he decided he wanted to buy it. He said the place was good enough. And I think they knocked 70% of what he paid in rent off the price. Obviously, they'd get a guy out to value it, one of the local estate agents. And I think the grant that time was about 15 grand or something. First time but you only get it once in your first house. Yeah. But I think it's still going. In South Korea, Hyundai factories need to start with South Koreans starting off to start to build their local numbers and skills. But if you're talking about the tech, let's say, from South Korea on certain things, I can understand if they're staffed it with Koreans. They would be kind of really used to the system, and they would be highly skilled. It would take a long time to train anyone to do that. I remember a similar thing here. We had a corporation here that was building certain stuff in my community, and they moved to Poland because it was cheaper. And within 12 months they came crawling back because all of the stuff that they were making, was very, very defective because the workforce they had wasn't skilled or trained enough, So there's still a demand for highly skilled people, but it would take some time, But I can see how it looks. You're a foreign company, you move to a country and you're just using your own guys. I don't know, maybe there's some bridge halfway. But certain systems, let's say, you'd have to really know your way around. And if you were to try and train someone from scratch, you'd pretty much go belly up pretty shortly. I've seen it done. I've seen it done. As I said, that in particular. And I think it was actually Procter & Gamble. They're an American company, but they've got a lot of spots here. They were doing some stuff, and they moved to Poland. And they came back pretty quick. Like that one I would have known for sure because it was kind of local news. It was kind of all over the place, But I think it was P&G. Yeah, I could be wrong, but I'm very sure it's P&G. This would have been the mid-90s, I think. But this is, pretty much the playbook, guys, of any corporation. It's Rule 101. If you're setting up a business, there's certain goals you'd have. Obviously, you'd move to an area, market, a country, let's say, with an upcoming economy, and something that's not stagnant, something that's, getting better and better all the time and going there. And obviously, cheap labour, that's one. Low shipping costs, whatever the case may be. That kind of stuff. And then, of course, when you've got all that set up, then your next thing would be to monopolize, to dominate that market, and then you've got your goals. And then once you've done that, you just keep raising prices until you collapse your company, and then the whole cycle starts all over again. That's the way I see it. Yeah, we're going to this one, isn't it? Pretty much 101 stuff, isn't it? But never underestimate greed, dread. I've seen people, let's say, at their own peril, underestimate greed and common sense. You remember that one story I told you in particular? There's this guy and he needed his house plastered, and his brother-in-law was a plasterer, really professional, good guy. And he quoted him, I think, for X amount of money. And obviously he quoted him as low as he could because, you know, he was family, I suppose. But there was this other guy who was kind of, let's say, had no real credentials to show, if you know what I mean. Just some random guy. And it was just coincidence that he wasn't a national, you know. And he quoted him, I think, 500 quid, $500 cheaper. And he went with him and paid him, and then I think within a few weeks it all fell off the wall. So then it cost, you know, 1,000 or more to get that junk off the wall, and then he had to go and get it done again. So never underestimate greed. 9 times out of 10 people will go with greed. Yeah. Personally, you know, even if it was a bit more expensive, I'd go with family. Now, even if you don't subscribe to, you know, helping your family, when you get a job done by someone that has to meet you every day, that would have to deal with the backlash, yeah, they tend to do a better job. It's like if you buy from a business where they're well established, and if you've got complaints, they've got to listen to you harp on, and you've got a threat of suing them or whatever the case may be, or taking them to court. They're more incited to not mess you about and give you a decent product. Whereas if you get a job done by someone you might just see once, or a company that's not going to be around very long, the chances of getting messed about are pretty high. Hi Jarton, how are you? Been well, I hope. Oh, more so than a stranger, Dread. Yeah, they think they've got the absolute right to do so. But just because they're like that, you know, doesn't mean that you have to be as well. I would help family all the time until they prove to me that they don't deserve it. And then when they don't deserve it, I won't help them anymore, and it's their own fault, you know. So, you know, you don't let them change you, you know, absolutely. Oh yeah, more so than a stranger, because a stranger might have a fear of retaliation. You know, family would say, no, you know, he'll be okay after a while. Yeah, I 100% agree. Family will do it a lot quicker. Hi Jarton, so how have you been? How's the weekend been going for you? Anything interesting? Oh yeah, I've been on the receiving end of that dread so many times. Yeah. Ah, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. Just some dummy issues, but I'm sure they'll pass. But I remember with a relative, he was selling something, and I think it was, what, 3k or something for it. But he told me what it was, and I had a quick glancing look at it, and it looked okay. And he promised me everything was okay. It was above board. Perfect. It was an automobile. And I wanted it for working, so it didn't have to be too good, you know. So this was ideal. And I trusted him. He said, yeah, everything is perfect, okay. Went through this myself, it's great. So I paid him anyway. So I woke up in the morning, I tried to start it and it wouldn't start. So I brought it down to my local mechanic. And I got I got a new starter inside, and he was looking at it, he said, "You do know," he said, "the engine has been changed in this." I said, "Really?" "Yeah," he said. He said the engine they put in is too low powered, so it would need a new engine. I said, "Cool." And then I started to look over it myself, you know, and I noticed new spray jobs, all of that thing, so it must have been in a big bad crash. So I didn't complain about it. I'm a guy, you know, I got caught, so, you know, I didn't say anything. But somebody asked me, you know, "Oh, you know, what's going on? I see your car's lit up and you're using the other one." I said there was some problems with it. Anyway, and, you know, that was it. So that guy actually came to me later, and he needed help with something in his business, and I was in a good position to help him, and I wouldn't help him, and he lost his business. So, you know, that's the way it goes, you know. But I don't feel too bad about it. He sold me out pretty cheap, to be honest, because, you know, he sold me out for a couple of K. I was way more valuable than that. But if he wanted to be toxic, you know, that's just the way it is. There's certain sacrifices you'll make for family, you'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But once they abuse that, yeah, you should not have anything more got to do with them. I would still talk to this guy as ever, but as far as helping him out would be, nah, that's off the table now. And I hold no ill will. You know, he can't change his personality. And neither can I. Some folks in government that just want to make... Yeah, they just want attention. No. You see, with this guy, it doesn't matter how many people would have helped him. But because he was family, I was willing to give the benefit of the doubt. You know? Yeah. No. You know the type I'm talking about. Yeah. I didn't do it out of revenge. I did it out of logic, Dread. You know, it's not only would I absolutely not get my money back, but he'd have another one up on me. You know, he would laugh that off to himself. Sucker kind of thing. You know, fool me once, shame on you. I go with that philosophy. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And it's never been shame on me yet, you know. Yeah, no good deed goes unpunished. Yeah. Yes, you can only help people so much. Yeah. But I always hate that outcome when someone will sell you out cheap, Scantron. Some people will sell you out for $50, you know. And you could have been much more helpful and much more useful to them. Or the kind of people that want favors every day, and if you've got one, they're suddenly busy, you know, or if you're going through some kind of a crisis, you help them every time, and then they're nowhere to be found. They make themselves pretty scarce until you're back on your feet again, and then they're back around again, you know. We have a name for people like that, plumos. I don't think I am. I would help anyone, you know. And to be honest, I've suffered more times because of it. But, you know, I'm not resentful. That's me. But as I said, you know, everyone deserves the benefit of that. But some people will surprise you. Some people will absolutely deserve that help. And turn out to be, you know, good friends. Yeah, some people will sell you out for $50. Yeah. They will burn a ton of bridges. But like, you know, one could say it's more offensive to be sold out, you know, for that amount of money. But friendship or a friend in need is something you can't put a price on, Jordan, you know? And it's sad when people do that. That kind of stuff, yeah. I had a cousin who said he'd been there for me after my older brother died. Oh, But he only said that because he knew I was mourning. So it was empty words. And had money to pay for his, and oh, for God's sake. This is what we call plamos, Jarton. You know those guys that say they'll always be there, but there's always an angle. They just want to take all the time and not, be any help whatsoever. That's horrible. That really is. Yeah, we call that plamos. Well, my granddad did. But it's not a word that we'd use now. A friend, you mean to help, and then asks to help, and they get offended. Yeah, they're the most common, aren't they? Absolutely, yeah. It's okay for me wanting all the time? Yeah. And you shouldn't have to, in a situation like that, Scantron, you shouldn't even have to ask if you're there for someone every time. And if they know you're in some kind of trouble, no matter what it is, they should offer to help. You'll get that, let's say, the people who are offended, or you get the people who make themselves scarce, and if you track them down, they've suddenly got something else on. That kind of stuff. Trying to keep you obviously on the back burner, that kind of stuff. But this is a human thing, I wouldn't take it too personally. But it is a good way to know, who you can rely on. And basically, when it gets down to it, you can only really rely on yourself 100%. But yeah, there's people out there, let's say, that will help. It's just finding these people. But yeah, true. Family will probably do it the most because, a stranger might be a little bit wary, repercussions and stuff like that. More so, I suppose. But I'd say probably for every 100 people in family, if we were doing odds, if every 100 people in family would do something like that to you, it would be more like 80 strangers, that kind of thing. It is, but it's also about the entitlement. Like, that's what you're here for, and, I've pretty much grifted all of my life, and family are here to support me. I don't like to work, and, I'll just grift from family member to family member. That kind of stuff. That happens as well. A friend of convenience. A fair weather friend, we call those. And then when it starts to rain, these guys disappear. But for all intents and purposes, in a way we are alone. And sure, along the way we'll get certain people we can trust, but we cannot always trust everyone forever. So, we gotta be careful too. Yeah, we call him a fair weather friend. Don't lie. Yeah, most people are actually like that, Dread. And I've seen this more and more since the advent of social media. But there is still people out there. You know what I mean? But yeah, it is a daunting task to find someone reliable, someone sensible, Yes, we have this community. We're always here. The Croc. The Croc will always back you guys. Who can you trust? Nobody. Not even yourself. Yeah. Yeah. Quite right. Who are your friends? We have no friends. No. Yeah, I know it's a kind of cynical way of looking at it, but if you draw up the odds, the way I look at life, let's say, if you do have a friendship, it's only for a certain amount of time. I wouldn't feel bad about that. If you can trust someone, it's only for a certain amount of time. But I think it's more about you as a person, Randy. And when I say you, I mean the person in general. And let's say, if we want to try and help somebody, that's us. And, fair enough then, let's say, maybe we should be kind of careful and kind of hedge our bets. And, I always think family should help each other. And if someone betrays that trust, obviously, then you don't help them again. And I don't think that's a bad thing. If you can afford to do it, obviously. If it's not too much. But I think when someone would do that, I think they don't deserve your help anymore. And I think you should still stay the same person you are, you know, if you want to help. And not let someone like that. I think if someone changes you as a person because of the things they do to you, I think they've won ultimately. You know, I think you should always be yourself. But yeah, it's going to have some effect on you, obviously. That's just it, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. They've won if they sink you down, if they change you, you know. Oh, you will suffer, you know, obviously. But yeah, at least you don't change.
Hello there. Take care.
Okay, she's got a quest. Let's save this one.
How do you do?
Lately many dangers most our village. Sure, I'll do it. This is a bit of hunting. Night hunt. Let me see. This is the one where we've got to wait. Wild animals are bothering a village nearby. Wait for the next evening. I don't know, I don't like these quests, guys. Will we chance it? Yeah? I don't like something where we've got to wait, but we'll chance it. We have this save and we'll use another one. We'll give it a chance. I'm always afraid of these things bugging out. But I could go on with stories forever. Okay, who's this guy? Oh yeah, we never actually got the stuff from that. Now, this guy's a herbalist. Let's see if he's got that junk. No, apparently it's not available this season. Winter something it's called. Okay, we'll just take his cash. We're kind of stuck then, I suppose. Well, there's just one more village after this and then we're good. We'll have to wait another 2 days, I think, in this season anyway. I know, 1 day. So we can do that, quest, I suppose.
Hope to see you soon.
Okay. Let me get back and we'll have a look at the settlement shortly. God, the humidity here is ridiculous. I'm starting to burn up. There's no need for this late in the year. Where's that fan? Might as well be on a tropical island.
I wouldn't mind if the king resigned from the throne. Hello. Best goods in the realm.
There we go. Right, one more and then we're done. Now, where's that thing we were supposed to deliver it back? Yeah, that one. Okay. And then there's night hall. Yeah, see that winter cap? Unfortunately, they're only in the winter season. I thought these guys would still have them out of season, but apparently not. And I didn't really collect them before. Maybe I'll send some herbalists out to have a little supply of those. But for now anyway, there's not much we can do.
How is life treating you?
Okay, this is the last one. And then we see if we can get that other quest that's deliver. Who did we delivering the shoes to? Yeah, there it is. I think it's way back here, is it? Ah, sugar, it's in Hornica. Okay, we have a long trip to Hornica. Might as well get it done. But wouldn't we be better off, yeah, doing that when we're doing the other quest tomorrow, yeah, in Hornica? That might bring us down there. Right, 2 more NPCs. And it's just a cash thing, and then we'll see if we can wait till morning. Make sure not to go over that other save. I can't see it bug out, I just like to be careful.
What can I... Let me show you my work.
Yeah, they don't sell the little wooden figurines on this map. That's a pity. I was going to use them for decoration. We can use something else, I suppose. I'll have to make do with something else. Ooh, just as well, wasn't it? Just had enough.
Farewell.
Oh, hang on. We've got this lady.
Hello there.
Okay. Might have a small problem here. Oh, the bronze thingy. And... well, I wanted to keep those. And that noble. Yeah, you can sell the shoes that we have for the quest. That's ridiculous. Yeah, okay, sell the leather. And the fur. And then we go back and... oh, I've only got 2 meat. Yeah, why not? Yeah, that would do.
Goodbye.
Yeah, just to get rid of it. Now, right, we need to get home from here, guys. I can finish up that other quest while I'm doing the one that's keeping us here till tomorrow evening for some reason. Yeah, I see that delivery job. Yeah. There it is there. Night hunt. Well, there's not much we can do about that because of the stupid mushrooms. What I'll need to do then is send some guys out some season. I usually stockpile about 1,000 of these and keep them in storage. And then as they start to go off, the other guys replace them and then kind of so on. Let's get back. There we go. Now, just a few things to do here. We'll check, see how our settlers are getting on, but we can pretty much leave them where they are. For a while at least. Extraction. What's going on with this? Oh, the woodshed. It's probably wood. Where did I leave the logs? I think I threw them down here somewhere, did I? I threw like 4,000 or 5,000 logs somewhere. I think I put them at the back of the other buildings. You're kidding me. I think they're down here. They're using up too much room. I think maybe they're over here. Yeah, see them? They're the ones. Okay, we'll give this guy 1,000 logs. Ah, this is because of getting all the seeds. I've got a ton of wood left over. So I'll drop about 4,000 of these. That should keep him going for a while. Now, that's the beauty of that. That takes up a lot of space. And usually I wouldn't have anything like that. I'd look at 500 logs. But because of getting the seeds, I had to chop down a massive amount of trees. Okay. Get rid of the carrots, obviously. And the crate, I think I'll hold for a little bit. I'm gonna experiment with that, but that's it. That should get rid of that thingy. Right. Okay, we're pretty decent. Okay. And there'll be some meat here I have to sort out anyway. Right, we'll get this junk ready for next season. Oh my good God, 3,000! Kidding me. Yeah, I have way too many miners at this stage. That's a lot of cash. There. Yeah, so this is what I've been doing. I've got most of the outlay. The place I built, let's say, for production, the trees are kind of hindering me, but I did want a large garden area, kind of dedicated for the new water ponds and stuff that get made out, even though they're a bit small. So not much, just put up the scarecrows on this and started to do a little bit here. These only blossom in summer. So summer will probably be the best time to kind of view this. They're all ready. Yeah, I gotta put those guys back as well. Back to the mine. Oh no, they're still at it. Yeah, this is the last field. They're still at it. Pretty much done now. Yeah, they're due in about 2 days. Yeah, you have enough of them in. What about these? Yeah, just those 2 last fields. Nice. Saves me a ton of work. So this is what I've done on this, but it still needs a ton of decorating, getting guys in. Yeah, they're nice and colourful, let's say, during the summer. These ones here. I'm not kind of sure what I really want to do here, but we'll get to it later. Now this here, even though it doesn't look much when you can see if I do this, that's all ready to go. Just got to build it. Took a while. Yeah, the trees won't let me push in the junk I need to. But I'm thinking about a large kind of, almost like a park. But if I'm going to push in buildings as well, I'll have to come with a straight road, get the buildings in, then put the trees and the fence in, allowing myself enough room. Now, the way I could do this, I recently found out that when these trees are grown, I can actually move them. That's a game changer. So what I might do is put the seeds down on the other side, grow them out there, you know, where I've got that kind of temporary spot, and then, you know, when they're grown I can come in. So that will be in about 4 seasons. That's what I should do now. And do it that way. It's a much more accurate way of doing this. And I'll build that up in a minute, but we need some rest. Oh, there's a log. Yeah, that was that thing I took down from there.
My relatives over.
Okay, let's get some sleep. And let's see if we're done here. I need to send these guys back to the mines and pull them out of the mines to do this. But I think we're done. We are. Well, the best way of checking this would be this here. No, there's still one there. Field 11. Field 11. Where's 11? This is 12. This one here. Ah! I suppose we could finish it. Nah, I'll leave them. I'll come back in the evening anyway. We've got too much coming from the mines. I'll let them finish. Right, let's sleep till morning. Yeah, still got a little bit of decorating to do. But I still have a good bit to do on this. Let's say I'm going to bring in all the other buildings. Ooh, okay. About 357, I'd say. Keep it down to about 100. There. Right, okay, let's get to morning. And we'll see if we can do that little quest that's keeping us... Well, to be honest, can we... Ah! That's why I didn't want to take that quest. It's keeping me an extra day in this season. But we have it now anyway, we might as well take it. These guys weren't finished the farming anyway. Really need about 1 per field to get it out in a couple of days. Because they are doing the tilling, the fertilizing, and the sowing as well. wait for the next evening. Eh. Okay, well, I have to go hunting anyway. That's the problem. Okay, we'll go finish that other quest. They're gonna make me wait till about maybe 6 PM for this one. I won't take them anymore unless we get it really early in the season, I suppose. We're kind of stuck on it now anyway. Now, let me just check on my doggos for one moment, guys. It won't be a second.
My legs hurt.
Yeah, they're okay. Now, this here. Well, either way, these had to be perfectly mapped out. This production area, actually, you see it here. Now, I'm going to have to make a large production area. So, to be honest, I'm thinking about spreading this out a bit. Now that I've got a... Oh, well, thank you, Dread. Now that I've decided I'm going to do a large garden here, I'm thinking about spreading it out a bit. You know, using up, obviously, some of the space here and here. But I've never liked the production area, let's say, too close. We'll be using here as well. This is a pretty good spot here for production. But we will need a spot for a mill as well. I'd imagine a mill, let's say, pretty close to the farm. Let's have a look anyway. I like a mill on a bit of height, but this is pretty flat here. I suppose you could call that a height there. Not really. Okay, let's say we go on flat ground with a mill. Let's have a look. Oh, we've got the stalls here as well. I can't really put up the fence now till I know what I'm putting in here. See how many entrances we need in. This would be a decent area for a mill. But maybe a bit on the big side. Also a great area for a certain amount of the production. But this probably might be a little bit more suitable. But too close to the houses. You see, wherever I put the mill, I want to put a reasonable sized flax field there as well. No problem. And thanks for being here, Monk. Appreciate it. And you too. Have a good one. Take care and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Stay safe, Monk. Bye. So, yeah. This is a kind of situation on such flat ground where I'm kind of spoiled for choice. What's really doing me in this settlement is this road here. You know, if it was just this would have been sweet. You know? And it's the way this is here because of the fields. I'm gonna have to kind of go sideways on these. Could put a large production area. Let's say we could go from, let's say, a certain amount. I think now is the time to start splitting it up a bit, guys. The flax fields. Well, either way, I'm gonna have to start here eventually, and we need somewhere for that well. We'll have to move that. But here, let's fix up this anyway before we do anything. We're gonna have to do this anyway. It's safe now to get it fixed. And these guys as well will finish that shortly. It's done already. Kidding me. Oh no, it's this one here. Yeah. Okay, let's blow this one up. Now that the trees are up, there's no real excuse for leaving it like this. I put on the fast building for a while or we'd just be here forever on this. I think we paid our dues on the other map, really. Make sure and plant those other seeds as well. We need to kill a little bit of time anyway. This is the ideal way to do it. The tighter you can get those walls, the better, because you get that kind of ivy look on it. The ground is not exactly the most level here, is it? That's why I've used the walls and the hedges so much. You do the fencing and it kind of squares off too much. Looks horrible. I might do a fencing on the inside for decorative effect later. We'll have a look at that one later. For the time being, we're okay. Because of the trees, you know, taking up so much room and not allowing me to push the buildings in, this would be an ideal spot for a nice garden. Kind of like a public park kind of thing. I think I might be able to do something like that. I wanted one anyway. This gives me an excuse. The one I want, let's say if I'm putting trees in for production, would have to be a little bit wider than this. We're talking about maybe what we see here and maybe going down about at least this much. So we're talking about maybe 6 to 8 squares more. So how is it going to look on the map? So we're going sideways on this because of the road. I don't want it to look too silly. So maybe I don't want to do a huge area, but you know, this is kind of tempting. To let's say come from here and cover both, but how far? Yeah, then you see you're just stuck with a large, long, narrow thing because of this. See, I'll tell you about this road is really breaking my heart. Well, let's see anyway how far it will go without any problems. I want to be pretty far. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of close, isn't it? I'll have a quick look in a moment. And then you're coming out with the roads, obviously, beside. That would be the big issue here. So look, straight away you're hitting into this. I suppose you could swing it where you could get in by there, but no, it's not feasible. Not for the kind of thing I want. Realistically, you could only have a narrow patch here. Or else something on a different shape, maybe. So, this pushes us over here. And with this side, probably, well, the best thing to use would be these because they don't really square off too much. You know, eventually I'll get around to, you know, something like that. Just to give it that little bit of a look. But okay, what are we doing with this thingy? Well, if I was going to build anywhere, it would have to be from here, behind these. Yeah, we'd have to build here. This would have to be our next spot. Now, this is ideal for production. But I'm thinking about making a large compound. And then I can kind of build this guy into it, if you know what I mean. And probably doing something similar here. But I did want a lot of open spaces. And now I'm kind of trapped with the hedging situation. Now, this could be fenced. So basically, if we're fencing here, I'm thinking more of the animals here. And it kind of makes sense. So, okay. Let's say we think about the animals. I suppose this would not be the worst spot to put them. Not to have too much dead space. I'd have to clean this down a bit and then we'll have a look. Yeah, it's pretty big, guys. I think we might manage. If we're doing this, then do you know what I'm better off doing? Figure out how I'm boxing these, and then I could start with a kind of road system. It would have to be at least one to the center. Yeah, I'd have to do something with this. Here, let me see. Well, I probably could do the hedge vaulting here if I push it in far enough on this. Covering a lot of the tree on that side would. So let's say we box that in. So we'd be starting our fence somewhere here. We'd have one center. We definitely have to measure this out. We'll be getting rid of that tree anyway for starters. I wanted to start this next season. Let me see. Well, clean this guy up anyway. I'll have a better look at it. We'd need to measure out anyway for starters. But the animals, let's say if you're making decent pens, they take up a fair amount of room. I'm not even sure. Surely this would be big enough. Still wait. This night hunting is starting. Oh, night. I see. Gotta do it at night. Okay, we'll sort that one out later then. And I want to see as well when those other mushrooms go. I think it's in autumn. Where are we anyway? Actually, we're in autumn. Hang on. Let me check. I've got a herbalist hut down here. I'm not sure what season they grow. Yeah, let's have a look. We'll get those guys in a moment. Well, we have a bit to keep us here anyway. We might as well sort these animals once and for all. I'm still not on the fence, so to speak, about that one. Now, what was that thing that he needed? Winter cap. Yeah, okay, let's see. Let's see what season that grows in. Well, we're actually in autumn. I think it might be spring, I don't know. I don't think anything grows. Well, you'd imagine it would be winter season, wouldn't you? Probably. But I'm nearly sure when I was doing these guys here, there's nothing for them to do with winter. Except my potions, so I don't think anything grows in winter. Where's this winter cap? Ah, do you know what they mean by winter cap? They literally mean it. It's not a mushroom. It's a cap. Ah, for good God's sake. I thought it was, yeah. It's literally a winter cap, I mean. Let me see. Yeah, it's literally a winter cap. I thought it was a mushroom or something. It definitely sounds like a mushroom. Yeah, it's... Oh, 49 winter caps. That's a lot of wool, guys. Aye, okay. Okay. I think I know what they mean now. They literally mean it. I could have buying a ton of wool as well. I think I know what they're all about now. Okay, where is this stupid cap anyway? Miscellaneous. It's gotta be here. Backpacks and pouches, padded armor, grey clothes. Hang on. Okay, we'll try standard clothes. Up there. Simple clothes. Up there. Oh, winter clothes, winter cap. There it is. I need 49. Oh, we can make them. Cool. It's just 4. I thought I needed wool. Okay, 49 of these. I thought it was mushrooms we were going for. Yeah, we'll be able to get rid of this season. I'm nearly sure that's what they need. No, I thought winter cap. I think in Skyrim there's a mushroom called a winter cap. I think I keep confusing it with that. I think that should do it. No, especially when they're going with the carrots and stuff. Oh, let me see. Yeah, there it is. We need 308 stick. Oh, sugar, we need a ton of stone. Okay, we better start doing that now. Well, I better get that guy done back on stone. Where is he? Yeah. Kinda low on stone, but he's not gonna help me today anyway, so we'll keep at this. Anyway, I wanted to clear this area in here, so this will kind of add to it. Definitely get us to the night anyway, we can do that quest. So I thought it was a mushroom, but they literally meant winter cap. Fair enough. Oh, I'd usually have a ton of stuff gathered up, but I didn't want a ton of junk in the inventory. Yeah, it'd be a good excuse to clean this place out. Not here, it's the other side, this side here. Okay, we'll have a good look at it. Could be a lot of this. I had like 4,000 or 5,000 stick. Oh, no. I haven't been really using it. I wonder where it went to. Weird. We'll manage. We needed to kill some time till night anyway to do this hunting. Don't even know what it is. Sticks are easy enough to get. Stones can be a bit of a pain. Oh, we needed them out of here anyway. The problem is they'll come back in the other season, maybe not as much, but sometimes they skip a season. I think maybe that was a change with the update, but they're usually all back in no time. Okay, what do we like now? Yeah, getting there. The stone might be a problem. But with that guy working, I suppose we're okay. We'll try and get this done now. On this day. Get it over with. Yeah, sticks will get easy enough. We get 2 on these ones, so it's a bit quicker. Well, we don't have much to do till nightfall anyway. Might as well be this. Okay, what's coming up there? Yeah, what is that? Ah, it's probably the guys in the kitchen. There's only 2 hunters in. I'd say we'll be pretty close on the sticks by now. Should we get the rest we're going on that? I think we might be able to buy some somewhere as well. Probably. Come on. Okay. Let's see. Well, we're pretty much there on the sticks now. It's more of a stone thing, isn't it? Yeah, we'll just concentrate on that. Anything with that? No, wait till the evening. What's the evening anyway? 6, isn't it? Yeah, I think 6. That should be shortly. I'll grab these rocks until then. A bit of luck, we'll have enough. Get that quest done as well. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have built that wall quite so quick. Oh, hi Eva, how are you? We're just killing some time here getting the requirements for this quest. Oh, we're waiting for this other one to show up, this one we've got to do in the evening. So how have you been? So we're going to be waiting around for the quest, we might as well be doing this. I usually have a ton of this stuff, but I'll put everyone on mining just to get them out of the way. So what are we like now? Oh, okay, we're kind of close, I suppose. Shouldn't be too much longer. Yeah, I used up all the stone on those walls that time. Getting there, getting there. So how's the weekend been, Eva? Yeah, must be right close now, are we? Anything about that quest? No, it still says wait till evening. I think it's 6 evening, isn't it? Oh, hang on. It's 7:30, guys. It must be the next day, is it? This is why I didn't want to... Oh, night hunt. Yeah. I don't know, still telling me to wait. I think it might have been a problem, you know, picking up that quest. I refused it a few times. All we can do is wait, and we'll see. But surely this is evening. I'm gonna go out. Yeah, it's not telling me what to do. Is it wait till evening and talk to her? See, this is the problem. I shouldn't have picked it up, should I? Okay, let's see. Yeah, it just says wait till evening. Is it showing up here on my map? No. It's not. That's a big problem, guys. I did save beforehand, didn't I? I don't want to reload, to be honest. Maybe it means tomorrow. No, but it couldn't be. No, we picked it up pretty early. Okay, I'm gonna have to chance this. Sleep the next day. I'll load before it if I have to. I'll never pick that quest again. That's why I didn't want to pick it. Wait till next evening. Are you kidding me? Let me see. There's the autosave here just before 5:16. Okay, maybe they want me to get more into the night. We'll see. But I assumed evening was after 6 p.m. It was 7:30. I don't know, maybe we've got to see her again, but... Maybe. But she's not showing up. That's why I didn't want to pick that quest. I knew there was going to be a problem. Kidding me. I definitely don't want to fail that quest. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. But I think we've wasted a bit of time. That's why I didn't go over the other save. But we'll see. You know, if we wait through the entire night and then it says wait till next evening, we'll know we're in trouble. No, okay, enough. Enough. I knew I didn't want to pick that for a reason. Oh, it's still in the autumn anyway, guys. I think we might have lost a bit of time. What can we do? So, no more night hunt. That seems to be bugged. We got that early in the day. It said wait till evening. We waited all night and then it said wait till next evening. We waited till next evening. We'll be wait till next evening. No. We won't be going with that quest. I refused that one already. That's cost me a bit of time. It's a pity. Now, where were we? We should be facing this lady. We got the quest from her. If I saved it correctly. We just wasted a good 20 minutes, that's it. Maybe more. Ah, sugar. Ah, okay. I really messed up, didn't I? Okay. We'll just do the challenge, guys, and we'll leave the quest. Yeah, we'll just do the challenge. We'll just get that vendor. Not worth this hassle. We'll do it next season. That was all for 0. I must not have put in that safety save.
No worries. I'll wait.
We gotta do the stupid shopping trip again. Brutal. Well, it's not too bad because, you know, there's no building or anything we have to go over. It's just that quick shopping trip. I was almost sure I had a safety save on this. Yeah, we'll totally ignore all of the other quests. We'll do them next season. They're just random stuff anyway, they're available every season. Yeah, it was a big mess up, wasn't it? Useless. Okay. Now we'll go straight there and pick up that quest and then work our way back. We should be finished quite quick. Well, we do know that those guys won't mess us. Oh, well, we've got still so many days in the season. What can we do? Stupid. I meant to do a safety save. I said it straight away. I thought I did. Right, let's go right quick. So just a challenge. So that means we have to buy those stupid carrots all over again. I suppose I might as well take out these guys while we're here. So what was it? Sticks in the winter. Well, would hang on. We'll have to come back here anyway. Do the winter hats. I can't believe I'm doing this again.
Hello there. Want to see my wares?
I suppose it could be worse. Oh, hang on. I've already done this. Yeah, we actually saved. Remember we did it. We saved it down here after doing this. And I said we're better off doing the other one. I thought I saved back at the other one. What was the guy we needed to see? These guys with the carrots, wasn't it?
Hell have I've got everything you need. You been?
Yeah, it's this guy here with the carrots.
Greetings. Best prices in the area.
Yeah, that's the one. There we go. What time is it? This wasn't a complete... No, actually, we need to sleep. We can sleep down there. Yeah, we should still be able to get... Hang on, did he have sticks? I don't want to go picking those. Ah, it doesn't matter anyway. He wouldn't have sticks anyway. It would be a woodcutter.
Oh, it's you again.
Hornica, wasn't it, guys? Yeah, we're picking up no quest this time. We're just... Yeah, Hornica.
How are
We
you?
wasted too much time. Just that guy.
Lower. I'm not sure why, but I won't complain.
How can I help you? Want to see my wares?
Right here for your carrots. Knew that quest was gonna mess me up.
See you around.
How do you do?
No, we're not taking any
Let
quests.
me show you my wares.
Not this season because of that mess up.
Good luck.
The sound of crunching leaves reminds me how much
Yeah,
so
there
needs
he
to be
is.
done before. Hello? Hello there? Good luck.
Yeah, this is the one. This one I have to do anyway. Whatever about the rest of them, we'll keep off the other quests. Yeah, the usual thing with the carrots and the sticks and all that junk. And the winter camp, yeah,
The
okay.
road goes ever
We'll
on.
wait here till morning, we'll get rid of the other NPCs. We want to have this done in one day easy. Oh, we just need to find a place to camp. So I won't be touching that quest again anytime too soon. We did come up, another one was the same. It told us to continue the quest next summer. When we went to summer it failed. So I had to get away from that one as well. What can we do? At least we didn't do a ton of building and I had to go back over that. That's something, I suppose. Well, we did waste a lot of time. But by the next time I'm back anyway, I should have some kind of layout for those animals. That will be my top priority. If I get a chance to do a little bit of decorating. Now,
The mountain and looking at. How do you do?
well, this guy we can take his quest because we actually buy the stuff from him.
How is life treating you?
Which is kind of strange, but there you go. Yeah, he wants 4 of these.
Good luck.
I know, silly.
How can I help you?
No.
Best goods in the valley.
Oh, has he got sticks? Probably not. No. Probably woodcutters.
Have a
I
good
had
day.
a dream in which people were flying on broom. How is life price is so low you don't need to haggle. Have a good day. How are you? Another client. Welcome. Goodbye, dear.
Ah, rain is in my nature. It was nice seeing you.
Okay, I think that's everyone here for what we need anyway, at least. Right, we can get out of here. Now we'll do this as quick as we can. Where's that stupid guy in a wagon? And then double back to here. So what do we like? We've already got 58 of the carrots. Yeah, I've done all these guys. We got them actually in the house. Now.
Not here. How is life treating you?
No, that one there. This is for the special vendor for the trees and stuff. I need this guy. I'm gonna grab a few carrots as well. You get here early enough, you can get these guys in here. Okay, hit you first.
You have. Let me show you my work. Hope to see you soon.
How do you? I've been a vendor
Good enough.
Take care.
This guy will take most of the cash here.
How do you do? Can I interest you in
And this is what I'm really looking for. You see this? He'll show up every season. Well, it's sometimes a different vendor in one of the 3 taverns. And there's only one of these seeds each season. They're the large trees I've been using. But sometimes these guys, they show up, their inventory is empty. So you're not kind of guaranteed this. And this I might need for decorating. Not sure yet. Everything else is okay. Right. There. That's a pity. We even did that stupid quest.
See you
Do
soon.
you remember that guy with the skull? Yeah, all of that gone sideways. All because of that stupid other quest I picked. And we can do it next season. We'll just do that one. Oh, he was a new settler, wasn't he? Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Although we still might have him. Let me see. No, we don't. Yeah, we put him in that house. What can we do? Not a lot.
Hello.
Now, 4 vendors here. We'll get them as they're going out.
How are you? Be safe.
How do you... Prices in the area. Goodbye, dear.
And these 2. That's a pity, because we put a bit of time into those other quests. Stupid. We did that hunting and everything.
How do you do? Want to see my wares? Good luck.
Oh, it's you again. Best goods in the realm.
More not picking any stupid quests this season. There.
Hey ho.
Right.
Hey ho. It's all.
Just that main one. I definitely can't miss the challenge. And we can get that NPC quest later. Maybe on the next season. Sent that to my dad and he did right up with excitement. Sorry, I missed something. Oh, sorry. I totally in another world, Scantron. Also, do you remember that documentary of the Irish Light Infantry doing manoeuvres in the rain for a week? Probably did see it, I'm not sure. It's funny hearing the Irish Army Sergeant Major having the same uncommon Irish name here. Yeah? Send that to your dad. Yeah? Probably did see it, yeah. And my apologies. I missed your message. Yeah, I just got so ticked off. We did a ton of quests here in the beginning. Then there was this quest. I knew it might have been a bit iffy. You know, anything that tells me to wait for another day, I don't really trust it. And I thought I had a safety save. And we waited and waited. We couldn't get it to start. And then when I loaded up, I didn't have the safety save. Stupid, I was almost sure I had it.
How do you do?
Yeah, I ticked off about that. Yeah, I could still rush back and get it, I suppose, at the end of the season. We'll bring a score with us. Yeah, get it over with.
How do you do? Best goods in the realm.
But I hate having to repeat something. Killer.
Have a nice day.
Absolute killer.
How are you? Want to see my wares?
Oh, that's what this guy has. Oh yeah, we were missing the fertilizer, weren't we? Well, it's not coming enough. Yeah. Yeah, you'll come across it. Yeah, I have quite some time. It's not the commonest here either, but you'll come across it a lot. Especially, let's say, from the Limerick side out towards Cork, I found. Yeah. Scanlon, yeah. Well, that's anglicised. You know, that would have been a different name like mine. But yeah. I know a few people actually have that name. Like, let's say every region would have a more common name than others. But I think the most common here would be the likes of Kelly. You know, that kind of stuff. But there are much different names, let's say, in Gaelic. It would have been all anglicised. Scanlon, yeah. Yeah. No, I think the first one was more to it. Yeah. Yeah, it's not the most common name, but it's here a lot. Yeah. And then there's the more ones like, let's say, O'Neill and stuff like that. But that would be more, let's say, towards the 6 counties. You know, the O'Neill one. But here, let's say, my local area, Kelly's, Mitchell. Yeah. Now that's something you wouldn't think would be that common. Mitchell. That's very common here. That's something you don't hear a lot of either. Let me see. There's another one. What was it? That's kind of out of the ordinary. Fornan. Yeah, that's something you don't hear a lot of either. Let's say they're Irish, yeah? Padraig's, yeah? There's another name here as well, but it's obviously not Irish. They're probably maybe 2nd generation, 3rd generation Irish, is DeVito. That's an Italian name. Yeah, DeVito as well. But I've noticed in the past 3 decades, I'd say a lot of, you know, other names coming in. But the likes of Scanlon and the other ones I've said have been around for a long, long time. Yeah. Well, the name might be. But that's the anglicised version of it. It's actually Padraig. They kind of stuck to that one, didn't they, on that Vikings series? You remember that guy they kidnapped from the monastery? Padraig, wasn't it? And I think it was a Padraig in Game of Thrones. You remember that squire to that big butch lady that was that knight? Remember she had a crush on Jamie or something? Yeah. I think he was Padraig as well. Sinead is, yeah. That's making a comeback. Scanlons, yeah. These are all types of run cops in Cork. Yeah, it's popular in Cork. Now, I think there might have been a few names associated with a gangland stuff there. Probably. But, you know, when it comes to, let's say, families that would be noted for crime, there's quite a few everywhere. And you'll get, obviously, you know, surnames getting mixed in there. Let's say Limerick, for instance, you know, that would have probably more crime, let's say, than Dublin when it comes to drug gangs and stuff like that. So these families would have probably, started from deprived areas and such, which you'll see a lot. There's names there as well, let's say, associated with that as well. Cork. But what I've seen, let's say, of the Garda here, some of these Garda should be actually in these crime families, Well, there's a good few, more than there should be, let's say, that are pretty suspect. The latest one I heard, it was a guy from Limerick, but he was brought up on 40 or 50 charges of taking bribes and stuff. What he would do is he would kind of pull over kids with more money than sense, and they'd be drunk or messing or whatever, and he would solicit them for bribes. He was doing this for quite some time, but he beat the rap in court. That was disappointing. I think a public loss. It was common knowledge, to be honest. I won't say the area, obviously, but or I won't say the person, because he beat the rap. But to be honest, it was common knowledge, what he was doing, and that doesn't help the situation. But I've always said it here, from the founding here of the police force, the An Garda Síochána, it was flawed right from the start. Although you'll dig through history now, and it's more likely removed from the internet, but when Collins did, let's say, what was it, the guys, let's say, there's a lot, there's a lot, to be honest. But what I blame for that, Randy, is their willingness to cover, for each other, no matter what bad doing they do. This so-called Thin Blue Line. The problem with that is it attracts the wrong kind of people, and it just feeds itself. A lot can be said of any organization, that would cover for some of their own, no matter what. That's not the way to go, Well, let's say those guys are not the guys they were, let's say, 100 years ago. They're now Scantron, just, crime families, basically, Again, let's say once a rebellion is over and you've gained your freedom, there's no need for these kind of organizations. But the patriots that served, those guys, they're long since gone, been replaced by people who want to profit from misery. It's a horrible situation, and that's the way it always goes. You get any kind of situation where the public or the majority of people will come together under oppression and form these organizations. Depending on who they're battling against, they're either patriots or terrorists. Not necessarily what they do, it's who they do it to in some cases. Let's say for legitimate stuff, obviously, let's say not civilian targets. No, that's unacceptable. But let's say the French, for instance, against the Germans, in World War II. That kind of stuff. He wouldn't side with the police. He was forensics. Yeah. Improve the cops. Yeah, there you go. You know what I mean? There you go. And this is the system that I said that went into place here. Collins hired a lot of people, let's say, that used to work for the guys that were in last occupying, So if you were, let's say, like the Vichy French, for instance, if you were a Frenchman and you worked for the Germans during the Second World War and you worked in the prison system, obviously you'd be privy to a lot of horrible, disgusting stuff, the police stations here during that time, let's say during occupation, would have a very, very extraordinary amount of people having accidents, falling down the stairs and breaking their neck, that kind of stuff. So obviously they knew what was going on and they were complicit. They were basically collaborators. You know, whatever way you swing it. A lot of those guys were rehired back into the police force. And one would say, you know, why would you do something like that? Well, basically these guys did what they were told. And if they got a paycheck, they'd turn a blind eye to anything. Which pretty much suited the government, if you know what I mean. Now, you could say again, well, these guys are dead and gone, sure, so it shouldn't be a problem. The problem with the situation is, if you've got an organisation that was started off with that kind of corruption, any new guys coming in right from the start, if they don't play the game, they're pushed out. Just like your uncle, Randy. He was pushed out because he wouldn't play the game. So he got replaced by somebody who would play the game. So they go on for another 20 years, and that kind of culture goes on. The only guys that come in and can stay are the guys that are willing to go with a system that's already in place. You know, this is why it's going to be impossible to fix these organisations. And there's only one way, and it's pretty radical. They would have to be disbanded, or new people would have to come in that never ever worked for law enforcement or had family that worked for law enforcement. It could be done if they were phased out. Well, you'd think it could be done if it was phased out over time. But then, the first argument comes into play. The guys that are already corrupt inside or going with the system would force the other guys to go with the system. So no, you'd have to go cold turkey, get everyone out, which would be impossible to do, and bring in a new batch. Yeah. 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 So you know exactly what I mean. Yeah. If you don't play the system, if you don't play nice with these guys and do what they're doing, you're pushed out, one way or another. Well, he was lucky in a sense, you know, because they could have stitched him up. You know, they could have planted something on him, which is not unheard of, you know, or framed him for something, just to get him out. But the only time you'll see organisations like that turning on their own is when they go too far, when they bring too much attention on everyone else. It's basically like a crime family, you know. If you've got one guy and he's just too bad, you know, he's going around, you know, doing horrible things and drawing attention from the cops or, you know, from the public or whatever the case may be, and bringing too much attention on, you know, the good stuff that they're doing, you know, lining their pockets, doing stuff like that, they will obviously push him out or sacrifice him to preserve themselves and to preserve their system. So the only time you ever see anyone getting punished for the crimes of these organisations is when they've gone too far. But if you can play their game and only step on, let's say, well, I won't say the poor, but only step on people who can't cause that much of a fuss, it's pretty much accepted, you know. He played his cards close to his hand. He probably knew what was going on, yeah. So with the fake blackmail, he had actual evidence he was going to take to press. Yes, so yeah, they did exactly what I thought they'd do. But yeah, the system is pretty much, you know, the same. But here I blame that one instance. It was doomed here from the start. Now, it's not like a massive conspiracy thing or whatever the case may be. There is probably a couple of good guys in there. But, you know, right from the top you get commissioners and whatever the case may be willing to cover for these people. So, you know, you can't have that. And I remember one guy, he was Garda Commissioner, opposing Garda Commissioner. Basically they have two. They have one that's kind of low profile, so if there's any cases coming up that the Commissioner might have a conflict of interest with, he would take over. But he was pushed out or retired or whatever the case may be. And he said that he literally seen complaints about Garda coming into the Commissioner and he wouldn't even read them. He would just crush them in his hand and throw them in a waste paper basket without even reading them. Of course, this was all pushed off by the media as disgruntled employee kind of thing. But this is the kind of stuff you're dealing with, you know? Yeah. But all police are not bad. They're good, but there's a culture in the system that's getting worse and worse every day. And if that's not seen to, if that's not fixed, you know, and shortly as well, there's already a massive loss of trust, let's say, here. But yeah, things will get really bad, you know. But as I said, the government are okay with this because, you know, they really use the Garda here to enforce government policies and regulations and stuff like that, and they're far flung from our constitution that they took an oath to. You know, that doesn't even come into the picture. So basically, they're oath breakers, plain and simple. You know. But I've talked to guys who worked in the police force and quit their job because of this. One was my accountant, actually. You know, he told me a lot of stories about what was going on. Not that I didn't know anyway. But, you know, he joined up, he wanted to think he could make a difference, and, you know, he was a kind of community kind of person. And what he was faced with was something much different. And I suppose he thought he could make a difference, but, you know, when you've got to find all of your, you know, your fellow officers as well, let's say, and they just make your life toxic, you're pushed out, you know. And you're better off to go, because I'll tell you why, if you're stubborn and stay, the possibility of them, let's say, you know, stitching you up, so to speak, is pretty high, because you're a threat to the system, you know. We've seen it in the crime movies and that, and yeah, you know, they're just movies, but similar stuff goes on in real life, you know. Corruption is everywhere. But it goes on everywhere, Randy. In every organisation. Anytime an organisation has any kind of power, this happens. And it's something we won't be getting rid of anytime too soon. But it doesn't mean that we can't speak out about it, you know. That is the least you could do in a situation like that.
Have a nice day.
Gotta tell it like it is. Now, what's the
Stone is
carrots like?
merely
We
a
got
shadow of the
111
old.
carrots. Yeah, we got all these carrots, didn't we?
Best goods in the valley.
We did, we took these carrots. And there was
So
only
long.
3 of them here. And I think we got all 3.
Hello? Whatever you need.
No, we didn't. We got a carrot here. Might as well go with this carrot thing. Oh, I don't know about that.
See you around.
We've got to keep some meat, we've got to stay alive. But, in a sense, knowing how the world works, Randy, you know, it's easier to live in it. Because if you were under some kind of an illusion that there's any kind of, you know, depending on circumstances, obviously, that you'd run into, or your position in life, let's say, you know, knowing how the world works makes it a lot easier to navigate. There's no disappointments. You know, if you're a young kid and, you know, you're out there and, you know, everything is, you know, all nice and good, and you were kind of sheltered and you didn't know what was going on, and then you realize what a cesspool the thing is. It could lead to depression and, you know, other things. So I think it's, even if something is bad, I think about a system, especially within your own country. I think it's, well, I won't say your duty, but, you know, I think it should be called out. Okay, we gotta go there, isn't it? So, we're starting from, oh yeah, we're starting from here and going back.
Hello.
I prefer the old Castellan.
But in my experience, the longer you let something slip, the worse it becomes. Oh, how many, okay, we need a ton of carrots.
How are you? Want to see my wares?
We'll get some here, I suppose. That's 10 less. And we can't do any more food and junk. We'll need sticks for this lunatic as well.
Goodbye. Recently pecked apart
I don't know about the sticks. Let me see.
Can I help you? Another client. Welcome.
Yeah, we can't do anything else there.
You
Yeah, we'll need those. There's another lady here. Oh, this is the guy here. We should be able to get enough. So what do we need? 25 carrots? This guy should have 25. That's the carrot thing out of the way.
greeting.
There we go, 25. Now, has he got anything else I want? We'll take his fertilizer. And he's even got a spruce. No sticks. Okay. That's the best we can do with him. So, let me see. We've done the carrots and oh my good god, we're short a ton of sticks. But I think the other guys would have them and we've got to make that thing. Yeah. But it's nothing we can do about it anytime too soon. I knew the war was that. You would probably be better off. You had no illusions. You know? And, like, I'm not saying that, you know, if you were, if you were sheltered, that you'd realize this straight away. You know, we can be fortunate enough, let's say, to avoid most of this. Depending on the area we live in, let's say, you know, how influential our family is or whatever the case may be, or even down to the cold hard truth of, you know, how much money you have. But let's say it would be someone, let's say, that, you know, that let's say, well, I won't say nobody, but, you know, someone, let's say, that would be kind of low profile would suffer the most, you know. Especially if you get into a situation where you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, you know. Then it really hits, you know, when you get into trouble, even though you shouldn't be in trouble. So young. Yeah. Like everyone else, it took me time to realize this. But the ones that would realize it most would be minorities. And I'm not jumping on the bandwagon of stuff. It's just that, you know, when you've got a system where you have people in charge, let's say, that take a petty pleasure, let's say, in jumping on people's rights, they'll tend to pick people that have no voice. And usually that's a minority of some sort. That would be the usual one. Yeah. Before you were 8, probably. It's like the old system where, you know, if bad things happen to bad people, you know, at the hands of some law enforcement guy, and you say, oh well, you know, they had it coming and deserved it. It might have been bad, but they deserved it. The problem is, if you give someone that kind of power, you know, enough of that, well, they'll start using that kind of power on everyone. Power is apparently a pretty addictive thing. Not that I would know. Oh, as well, yeah. But, you know, you'd often say, you know, there is some situations where it is grey. You know, let's say taking the law into your own hands. I can understand mitigating circumstances where if something really horrible happened to your kid at the hands of someone, I can understand the moment of madness, you know. And I think justice and the law should reflect this. you know, but it still doesn't justify it. But I can understand moments of madness, you know. But let's say for an organization that you have that's supposed to treat everyone equally and under the colour of law, with justice and law, to treat some people different than others, this is a bad thing, you know. The first thing you should be in your job is professional. Because if you're not professional, you're just basically part of a gang, you know. And you should absolutely 100% take your oath seriously. Because I have no respect for an oath breaker. There's an old saying that my dad used to say, you know, man is only as good as his word, and to a certain extent it's true. There is obviously, you know, some instances where you could break your oath if it goes against, you know, your moral beliefs or something like that. Well, then again, you shouldn't have taken the oath in the first place. You should have looked into it, you know. But let's say if you're told to do something that's really, really bad, and you know it's bad, you should take a stand there, you know. That kind of stuff. It seems to be, doesn't it? Yeah, Randy.
I have a feeling that even I would make a better king.
Yeah, there is mitigating circumstances, but let's say there's an excuse for the people who lost maybe a loved one, you know, but let's say you're talking about wardens and, you know, prison guards and stuff that would allow this to happen. Well, they have no real stake in it, so I think they should uphold the law there. I do think that sentences for people who do this, it's, you know, not enough. But that's beside the point. That's something in law. But this is vigilante stuff, you know. They took a note, let's say, you know, think about it that way, as a prison guard to uphold the law, and they're not doing that. They're being part of a mob or setting people up, regardless of what they did. That's a problem, because, you know, it's a small step, let's say, from having that kind of personality to doing it to an innocent person as well. It doesn't take much. Once you go down a rabbit hole, well, you know, it's okay to do it to this person because it's bad, you know, but that usually slides into, you can do to this person now because it benefits you in some way. It doesn't matter if they're good or bad, you know, when you're dealing with that kind of personality. Yeah, but it goes on a lot, yeah. In the karma scale, you know, personally I think, you know, people that do those bad things deserve what they get on the karma scale. But when it comes to, let's say, somebody making it happen, oh, that's a different story. Because I believe that, you know, when you start taking that route, as I said, it corrupts you inside, you know, before you know it. You know, it's that small step. It's like that, you know, thing they have, let's say, you know, well, we won't let anyone smoke weed because, you know, after a while they'll just graduate to cocaine and heroin and meth and stuff like that. So it's kind of like that. It opens a door that inside you that really you should be not opening. A Pandora's box, so to speak. But I suppose it's up to everyone individually to kind of struggle with that. So what do we need, guys? Well, we're doing our rounds, but that's the only one we're really on here. So, well, we got to go back and do that. But the sticks, okay, we'll do our rounds anyway. Yeah. It's a grey area, and it is a slippery slope. Oh, absolutely. No, they definitely don't. Yeah, but the thing I'm saying is, if you give someone the power over someone like that and turn a blind eye, just because they're bad, to do these bad things. We've seen lots of experiments with this, especially in the US. Remember the time they just got college students and they picked a dozen of them or so to become prison guards, and they picked another dozen, let's say, to be prisoners. That went sideways pretty quick, Yeah. So I think the moment when that happens, it's just something within us, I suppose. A good few of us will fight against it, obviously, but some of us can be weak, Lots of factors, obviously come into play. Your psychology would be definitely one of them. Yeah. But I think when someone takes that route and they open a door, I think that's better left shut, But it's easy for me to say. But as I said, obviously the circumstances, if you're grieving and it's personal to you, there's a lot of different circumstances in play. But as a stranger, somebody that's not affected in any way by it, in that kind of sense, when you start opening those doors, it's because doing something in a moment of madness or rage or whatever, although not legally justifiable, is understandable. But when you do that, let's say, with no kind of connection to it, it's something I think that's probably already there. That monster that we've all been keeping inside, letting it out. And we're all capable of doing very, very bad things. And it's basically a mixture of nature and nurture, I don't think it's any one thing. And who knows? Maybe in the future they'll find there's maybe some kind of different wiring in our brain as well. I know psychology will kind of delve into that, but I've always considered psychology to a certain extent as good guesswork. Very, very hard to prove. You're going from the likes of Freud and stuff like that. Freud himself was a very, very troubled individual. But yeah, easy to talk about it when it's not affecting you. Well, it's always best to look at something from both sides. As I said, it's funny, isn't it, Randy, how it always comes back in almost any argument or situation to a kind of middle ground. It's surprising how many times that happens.
How are you? Whatever you need, I've got it. So long.
There we go, at least we got some food.
This is welcome. Best prices in the area.
I thought these guys sold sticks. No. On the other map they sold sticks and sold those little ornaments. Not on this one. That is so weird. Oh well. Looks like we're stick picking.
Have a good day.
Well, we can do it. Oh, hi, Doberman. And hello to you. How have you been? How's the weekend been going for you? As they say here locally, what's the crack?
How do you do?
Now, we're going to the other guys, aren't we? So it's yeah, whatever. It's these two anyway. And then, yeah, that one. Oh, we've tried these ones. No, I'll do this quickly. It's a pity about that stupid little bug quest. But I was right to be suspect of that. I refused to pick it up a few times. Too bad, that's good. Not too bad. Yeah, I find that I've been, well, I'm not that socially active. But when I was younger, yeah, a lot. But if you haven't drank for a long time, it can affect you more, let's say, you know. It'll make you tipsy a lot quicker. Just needs practice. But that's not a bad thing, you know. Yeah. Some people, you know, no problem, you know, when they're drinking. You get the odd person. Abstinence, yeah. Yeah, if that's what you want. I have nothing against socialized drinking. Anything in moderation is good, you know. That even can be good for, let's say, one's mental health. But, you know, a couple of drinks on the weekend and kind of leave it at that. I see once a week, yeah. I used to do something like that. But obviously as a younger, you know, you'd go on, let's say, you know, especially, let's say, around funerals and that here, there's a culture of, like, you know, 2-day drinking binges and stuff like that. But not anymore. I'm talking about a couple of generations ago. But what I see now, let's say, is less of the kind of, you know, drinking in bars and stuff like that. And what I see with the younger generations here, which I don't approve of, but, you know, it's their own business, this drinking at home and these kind of parties and stuff, you know, with the younger generation. It's been prevalent for a long, long time in the UK. I remember in the 80s, but not so much here. But for the past maybe 15, 20 years, you know, it's starting to gain traction here. But me, myself, let's say, you know, if I wanted a drink, which I really never want, I would go to a bar. It would be under a socializing kind of thing. But no harm in a few drinks, you know. Even at home, you know, to have a little glass now and again, I suppose. But as I said, you know, everything in moderation. But yeah, that's one of the really old addictions, isn't it? You know, long before drugs. But everything is an addiction, isn't it? Cigarettes, alcohol, food even.
How do you do?
Price is so low you don't need to haggle.
Oh, winter cap. Well, we can make them, so there's no need. We'll have to go back anyway.
See you around.
How can I help you?
Price is so low, you don't need to have it.
Oh, we got some sticks. I knew somebody had sticks here. I'd have a glass of scotch and a good book. Yeah, just sip over, yeah. Usually with me, it's maybe a Jameson, you know, whiskey or something like that. I'm not the fondest of whiskey, let's say. I find it very, very sharp. But, you know, a small glass of that, let's say, you know. Once in the blue moon, yeah. 8 pints. Or 3 to 4 doubles. But I don't drink to get drunk. Yeah. I just, yeah, socially, yeah. Unless I'm watching rugby, and then all bets are off. I hate drinking at home. I've never liked house parties either. There's nothing really that wrong with it, you know, every now and again. But I see it here as a regular thing. You know, being young and stuff, I can understand. You know, probably in my day, if we could have a party every day as well, we would. You know, a youth has that. But there is risks, you know what I mean? Like, I remember back in my youth, let's say, the likes of London, that was a real kind of party capital. You know, hanging out with guys, let's say, you know, there would be, how could I put this? Let's say not stuck for a few quid. You know, they'd be tied in with some, you know, really important families, or, you know, working in some really good places. They would prioritize this kind of party thing. And I got to the stage where it's like if you're taking a drug and you start to get immune, and then you can't get a more powerful drug, a kind of depression sets in. You know what I mean? Like, how could I put this? If every day of your life is a good time and a party, it gets old pretty quick. It's very, very empty. You know? But this is a kind of extreme of it, you know? Yeah. Only once or twice, let's say. Okay, maybe a half a dozen times. But I could always remember and could always, let's say, how could I put this? Know what I'm doing to a certain extent. But yeah, it will change you, obviously. You will be a lot more, less inhibited, you know? Yeah, I did it with a vodka one time. Yeah. But one time in particular, I was quite young. That isn't a depressant. Yeah. I was never been depressed as drunk. Yeah, I think it's well, it's part alcohol and part something that's probably buried in you, I suppose. But they reckon gin, isn't it, is the one that really kicks in for that. You know, getting depressed. Yeah. I think because you're less inhibited, let's say, if you've got any worries or whatever the case may be, they start to come out. But I've never felt depressed. You know. Oh yeah, possibly. Yeah. But I was just a kid. I was about maybe 18, 19 or something. But it was some function or whatever the case may be. And, you know, we're drinking vodka. And before I knew it, yeah, gin is. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. But you know, let's say when you're drinking a spirit, you know, after maybe 3 or 4, you can't really taste it and it can slide down like water. Obviously, being a kid, I didn't understand this. Before I knew it, I went through a whole bottle. And it was perfect. I mean, absolutely perfect. And I kind of said to myself, oh, I'm pretty cool. But I remember, you know, I had to go to the bathroom. And the bathroom was quite large. And, you know, the windows were open inside. And it was kind of cold and breezy outside. But I remember it was perfect. Went to the bathroom. You know, sat down in the bathroom. But the fresh air was coming in the cold air. And it hit me like a hammer. It literally hit me like a hammer. And I remember going across the dance floor, and what I wanted to do is I wanted to get back to the automobile. I wasn't driving, I was a passenger, so I didn't want to get left behind, not in that state. So my one thought was to get there. But when I got there was a bench right outside the car, so I decided to lie in it for a bit. But I had stomach cramps because of the vodka, and I don't want to be too graphic, obviously, but we're all adults here. But I needed to relieve myself. So there was a massive pile of building dirt. You know, it was pretty high. So I had no choice. So I went in there and I was kind of crouched down. And I was in a bad way. I was getting sick as well at the same time. But I heard someone talking outside. They were sitting on the bench that I just left. But obviously they couldn't see me because I was behind this, you know, great pile of dirt and, you know, other stuff. But it was this guy and this girl, and he was actually proposing to her. Oh my God, that was the most awkward moment of my life. I was getting sick and I had to stay quiet. But that was Probably a really awkward moment. Yeah, he was proposing. I'll never forget that. While I was soiling myself in behind a ton of rubble. Well, I didn't, but, you know, it could have gone pretty bad. But that was because of a bottle of vodka. Probably, yeah, probably. Well, that's the problem with an open bar, isn't it? And being young and stupid. But it had no taste, and it was easy to drink. But you'll do stupid things as a kid. It's all part of growing up. No, this was just, let's say, about halfway through the wedding. Yeah. Yeah. About halfway through it. Or the reception, I should say. Would you believe I can't even remember who it was now? But in those days, it didn't really make a difference, you know? Having a massive extended family, you know, these things used to come up like every week. Hundreds, if not thousands of us. You know, here, let's say, cousins, friends of cousins, second cousins, it goes on forever. Massive extended family. That should be in reasonable contact with. And everyone would have to be invited. You know, here at that time, not anymore. You know, weddings, it would be considered a small wedding with 100 people, you know. They were costly as well. A DJ for a living. Free bar tabs, nice. And people would also buy drinks. Ooh. Yeah. It's hard to resist, isn't it? Yeah. Now, let's see. Okay, let's give this guy some junk. That's enough. So, where are we anyway? It's just these two guys, isn't it? Yeah, it's just those two. Right, we've just one more to go to, guys, and then we'll see if we can crash in this crest. But all part of growing up, guys, isn't it? Almost always you'll learn a lesson the hard way. But I was young and stupid. Good enough excuse, I suppose.
How do you do?
But drinking a lot has always been a kind of culture here, I suppose. But the way it is, you know, if you drink regularly, it doesn't really have much effect, to be honest. Well, obviously it's some effect, but not so much now, and I think that's a good thing. But as I said, you know, it just might have just moved, let's say, from the bars and that, and it's more now to the younger generation, let's say, with the parties now. But me, myself, no. I've never been that much of a big drinker. But the majority probably have, you know, from what I've seen. Had a story to tell once, yeah? Never had the privilege of not remembering the night before, though. I'd remember most of it, yeah, I think I would, yeah. But I wasn't one to embarrass myself. No, I tend to quieten down more, to be honest, Randy. You know, once I've had a few. More low profile than I am, let's say, when I'm sober. Really? Twice? Oh my. Horrible. Horrible. Yeah. But I have seen people, let's say, that shouldn't drink. You know, that every time they drink, they get paranoid and they get very confrontational. You know? Yeah. If I was playing the odds, I'd say maybe maximum 1 out of 10 people should never drink. You know? Yeah. One in particular I remember. What was it? Yeah, there's a drink here. But it's, you know, I wouldn't consider it strong. But it's basically an apple cider, and it's called Bummers. If you ever get a chance to try it, Andy, it's quite a nice summer drink, you know. Don't overdo the ice, and get it as cold as you possibly can, you know, till it's almost forming ice crystals. Lovely summer drink. But like, I could drink, you know, well, here there's the bottles and they're a little bit more than a pint. They're about a litre-ish. I remember back in the day, you know, if I was, you know, on a really long night out drinking, I'd drink maybe between 10 and 20 of them, you know. That would have a reasonable effect, you know, but I could always handle it well. But I've seen guys on this particular drink that they would drink, you know, shorts, everything, and they'd still stay, let's say, pretty sensible. And just give them one or two of these, and they would go absolutely, you know, climbing walls kind of thing. Almost like hallucinations. I suppose, I don't know, there must be some kind of something in it that would, you know, affect certain kinds of people. You know? He was invited to drink by some... Hang on, where I just paused this.
Good luck.
There we go. He was invited to drink by some friends who had for a drink after they had a sing-along. He went to pay for the drink. They made the mistake of saying, "You don't pay for anything here, it's free." His brain went from "I'll have one" to "let's drink all of this." A kind of open bar thing. Yeah. I remember, it goes to show you too how, let's say, not in that instance, but another instance I'm thinking of, I was at this reception before. And this would have been the very early 80s. And it was an open bar. And what people were doing, I thought, was... it was pretty nasty. You know, open bar, you get a drink, as much drink as you want. I think that was a nice thing to do. These people were actually, you know, getting cigarettes and sandwiches and all of that stuff. I think maybe whoever said they were paying the bar tab should have been a bit more specific, you know. Personally, you know, at an open bar, let's say, well, especially now, I wouldn't drink more because it's free. But as a kid, you'll do things like that, I suppose, you know. Yeah, song Tequila. I've never heard the song. Yeah. She can drink anything else and be fine. Oh, just that one drink. Yeah, I know what you mean. Not tequila. I don't know what everyone turns it into. Not my mom, yeah? Yeah. But, no, I don't drink that much. And I really don't like to drink. I will drink, let's say... Yeah, as I said, it was different when I was younger. There was a certain thing you were involved in. And even then, I wasn't that into it, you know? But I was the kind of guy that I could go drinking every night for like 3 months. You know, drinking a good bit with some mates. And then the whole thing would dry up for 6 months and I wouldn't even think about it twice. I think you should be worried if you miss going out. You know? Yeah, if you miss doing that, I think it should be a concern then. But if you're the kind of person who can, I think, that can do that and then not do it for 6 months because of whatever reason, and it doesn't even enter your mind, yeah, you're pretty okay, I think. You know, if it doesn't mean that much. But, you know, obviously, especially if you're working and especially if you're young, if you've finished a hard week, you know, you get a chance to meet up with some colleagues or some friends and, you know, have a couple of quick drinks in some club or some bar, whatever the case may be. It's a great socializing tool, you know. Well, guys anyway, it would help them bond a little bit more, you know, I suppose. Especially in the workplace or whatever. Unless one has too much to drink and then it all goes sideways. Sent you a link for the song in Discord. Cool. I'll be sure to check it out. He was a funny person, but he was, an alcoholic. Yeah. Well, I won't say this guy was a friend. He's much older than me. Don't know if he's even still alive now. But he was a friend of a friend. And he was working with a company. And I forget what they were doing. A friend of a friend, but the friend was telling me this. But they were doing something in Las Vegas. Don't know what it was. But he was working there with the company. And he had a gambling problem. Imagine taking a job in Las Vegas when you had a gambling problem. But I remember his friends, let's say, where they were staying. You know, when everybody came home from work and it got late, They would tie him to the bed. Yeah, they would literally tie him to the bed so he wouldn't get to the casino. This guy was unbelievable. Oh, hi Jack. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome raiders. And how have you been? Yeah, that's extreme, isn't it? Yeah, but he had a massive... But imagine taking a job there in Las Vegas when you had a gambling problem. It's like if you're an alcoholic taking a job as a bartender. Poking a bear with a stick. Absolutely. So, how have you been, Jack? And what were you streaming? And thanks for the raid, Jack. And welcome, raiders. Well, we're still at this here, and I was just doing some junk on this. Hi, Friar. How are you? Now, what were we doing? One more. What do I do? I'll just save it here, and I'll show you guys what I've been doing. Just chatting with some friends. Well, basically we've done the main story, and we've got our achievements. So now I'm just here to finish the settlement. I did play the Oxbow map a good few months ago, but never got to this one to get the end of my achievements. So we're building a large spot here, in this area here, and it's still going to take some time to finish. Well, I want to do a reasonably good job on this because, to be honest, now that I've got my achievements and whatever, who knows when I'll ever play this again, you know, if ever. Oh, hi Tira. How are you? For a while. Nice. So you're familiar with that? I think it's a good game. Good. Nice. They tied me to the bed, but they can't keep me from Valheim. Yeah. Absolutely, and thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it, and I hope you have a good rest. Tira. Yeah, so yeah, I think you've seen, Jack, what I did in Oxbow. But I think maybe you came on when I was halfway through, I'm not sure. But this is the village I'm working on now. Now, on this one I've got the DLC, so it gives me the ability more flowers and to actually plant trees myself, so that gives me an opportunity to do something different. On the one I'm going to show you now, let's say, is on Oxbow we did about 4 or 5 months ago. That one we couldn't plant trees, so all of the trees there is, you know, something that was already there, so we kind of went out of our way to save them. But we've saved here, and I'll just show you a finished one. That's it. Now, yeah, this is the one I've been careful not to go over this save here. I haven't posted it yet. Is this the story? Yeah, this is the story playthrough for on the valley map. It is, yeah. The multiplayer one will be the Oxbow map. I've done that one. Yeah, it's pretty decent as well. The whole game is pretty good, you know. No complaints. Especially for what it is, you know. Yeah, once I finish this, I've pretty much done both too. Yeah, I've finished them actually. But the Oxbow map is just all message board, doing just these kind of random bits of stuff. There's more of a story in this. Well, as much as a story can be for these kind of games. But I'm impressed with the amount of, let's say when you're building, the amount of abuse this engine can take. But I built pretty big on this one. But I've still yet to see how it manages the new trees that's coming in. I'd imagine that would have a lot more strain on the system. It is Unreal Engine, yeah. RenderCube are the devs on this, and I think Toplets are the kind of producers, the in-between guys. But yeah, they're pretty talented devs, these RenderCube guys. but here it is anyway from the map. So there it is from the map. And this is in Gaelic, obviously, so a translation, let's say the English is far from home. So that's what we call this one. That's my fields there, let's say, you know, all of the other crops, large orchard, all of the production areas, all of that. And something like this from here. So this one is kind of big. Good bit of work on this one.
Better don't come close.
There's something like 120 settlers here on this. This engine can take a lot of stick. Yeah, but it makes you be a little bit more careful with roads. It can cost you a little bit more time. Absolutely, yeah. Oblivion was always my favorite story, yeah. Yeah. Skyrim was okay as well, but the story was... Well, that's one thing, isn't it, with BGS Fire. Every successive story since Morrowind has been lacking. A little less, you know, go from Morrowind to Oblivion, Oblivion to Skyrim. We won't count online guys, you know, no story there at all. Skyrim to Fallout 4, and definitely Fallout 4 to Starfield. Each of these successive games, the games have suffered, you know, well, of course, you know, this is, you know, just my opinion, but they've definitely suffered in story. And if you're following that kind of logic, you know, who knows what the next Elder Scrolls is going to be like. But, you know, it's going to be hard to top Starfield, to be honest. Of course, you know, the lore of the game will save it a little bit. But, and of course, no matter how good or bad it is, everyone will buy it. But if it's mediocre or if it's mid-range, everyone will drop off within 3 months, and BGS needs somebody to be playing that for a decade, which I can't see happen, to be honest. Yeah, it's been a pretty slow decline. You get some companies that will listen to some feedback from their customers, you know, and try and accommodate someone. But as Todd said, Skyrim players don't know what they want. I know what they want. And apparently what we wanted was paid mods, more microtransactions, and boring quests. Which was kind of convenient that we wanted exactly what Todd wanted. That kind of stuff. I remember Friar, filler. But the worst kind of filler, where you might get the odd quest that's pretty good. Like, if you get a game, let's say, with 20 quests, and let's say 5 of them are reasonably good, but the other 15 are rubbish, well, in a sense you're better off just going with the 5. But even though the other ones are filler, not only do they make the game bad, but, whatever enjoyment or whatever you thought of the other 5 quests, they definitely dilute the game, But I would be extremely surprised if the next Elder Scrolls is even on par with Skyrim. And from what I can see, they're going to be stuck on that engine for the next 2 decades. They're already, 15 years behind? But it's more than the engine, to be honest. It's the whole culture. As I say, a craftsman can't just blame their tools. I'm sure if the will was there. But it's the same with Obsidian. You know, really, the devs and the guys that were there are no longer there, and companies like that are only as good as the people that's there. You know, so all you're getting is a name and an IP. Absolutely. Games have been more and more, let's say, relying on looter shooters and graphics. You know, you know, a good combination of the looter shooter thing, graphics, and definitely a story. You know, you can do without any one of those three, but you can't do without all three. You know, like Starfield, it's not, and I like using that because that one was my biggest disappointment for a long time. You know, it's not a good looter shooter. The graphics, I don't know. There's nothing there, is there? You know, and the story is, my God. I think it's one instance where if it had zero story, it would be probably better off. At least you could use your imagination or something. But I heard some hullabaloo too about Borderlands. Yeah, the Borderlands thing. This Randy guy, I think, has been gaslighting people. And is having some serious performance issues, and I don't think, not that I've played it, not the story is so good. I think 2 would have been the most successful. 3 was a bit of a disappointment for a lot, but it sold well because obviously, you know, people were buying it on the strength of 2. So obviously if 3 wasn't much good, it would affect the sales of 4. And now I heard that 4 is much worse than 3, so I don't know, it's not looking too bright for that company. Oh, absolutely, yeah. But the problem is, too, let's say, if you know you're buying a kind of mid-range game, it's not so disappointing if you know what to expect. But if you get companies, let's say, putting out a lot of PR and a lot of hype and spending a ton on advertising, you know, telling you how amazing this game is, and showing you clips, let's say, you know, that look a lot different maybe than what you're going to be getting, and forgetting to mention the performance issues and the bugs and stuff, I think you're going to get a lot of disappointed people, you know. So I think the companies would be mostly responsible, you know, for something like that.
Down from the door where it
No,
began.
no. No, there's a money risk involved, I suppose. Yeah. Morrowind, yeah, System Shock, and all Star Wars. Oh, well, delivered well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was a disaster. That was an absolute dumpster fire. The game was good, but it was unplayable. Now, I did hear, allegedly, that devs begged management not to release that game. But they wanted money and they wanted it now. You know, they didn't want it tomorrow, they wanted it yesterday. So they rode that one and they released it. And paid the price. It would take a while for CD Projekt to get back that rep, but I don't know. I think they deserve a chance, because how many times have we given Todd a chance? Like umpteen times? But they've learned, I think. Well, I'm hoping they have anyway. But this is the problem, let's say, when you've got too much corporate, too much investors, and, you know, too much of that stuff in the game. You know, obviously, you know, it's all driven by capital. And if capital is your priority in a game, you're going to be in trouble, you know. Yeah, I played it with almost zero issues. There was a couple of tiny issues, but, you know, nothing I couldn't find a fix for myself, you know. EA, yeah, are there in a lot of trouble. Didn't someone buy that company up? Aren't the Chinese buying EA? Isn't Tencent buying EA? Yeah, I think. Which would kind of suit it, wouldn't it? Hmm. They wrecked a lot of games. Yeah, they did. But I heard rumours that it could be just rumours. Yeah. Baldur's Gate, yeah. That's when I bought it anyways. I actually listened to the people and took the game seriously and built it with pride. Yeah, this is the way I feel about this game. I think the devs that made this actually cared about the game. You know, I always look at the little things as well, Randy, in a game. Remember when I was playing that one, Retreat to Eden, we weren't far in it, and I could look at the building stuff and the tiny little mistakes. And I said, well, I think we're in trouble here. And I was pretty much right, 4 of the achievements were bugged. Yeah, no problem, Friar. Yeah. Yeah, that was... the game would have been okay if it wasn't for those things. You know, but that was horrible. Now, I tried to leave a review on that. I bought the game and it said after buying the game, you could leave a review on the Microsoft store. And yeah, it let me type it out and did everything. And then it said, not enough reviews to display this, which was a scam. The game has been out on console for 2 years and probably 3 more on PC, so there was tons of reviews. But Microsoft are not letting anyone review the game, so they can warn other people about it, you know. But after doing a lot of internet research, I eventually found, and there's not much about the game because nobody cares about it. One critic said he played the game and 4 achievements wouldn't pump from the same 4 as mine. And some other critic then said, oh yeah, me too. Exactly the same achievements. But even out from that, the game leaned too much into how scarce food was. And there wasn't really enough in the game. You know, because if they didn't do that, you would have been through the game in a half an hour. So there wasn't much to it, you know. But it was something, maybe they wanted to do something good and then they had to pull out or whatever the case may be. But it lacked any kind of passion, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, probably not. Oh, that's right. Sorry, that's right. It was the Saudis that are buying EA. Yeah, I'm thinking of another one. You're right, Doberman. Yeah. It actually is the Saudis that's buying EA. Yeah. You're going to see a lot of microtransactions. I don't know. I think the only way to stop this kind of toxic stuff is to stop buying, you know, junk from these companies. Sure, a lot of them will fall and will affect gaming for a while. But I think the companies that will raise up from the ashes, like the indie guys, will take their place. And they'll be pretty sensible for a while until they get successful again and they'll go down the same road. And then we stop buying from them and let those guys collapse and the cycle will start over and over again. And that's the only thing we can do, you know. But I think the message is out now and it's loud and clear. I think a lot of games are suffering because of the stuff they're doing. You know, whether it's not concentrating on a game and trying to get their ideology message across, or, you know, whether it's just bad, buggy, sloppy games, you know, that are gaslighting people. I think slowly now you'll see people fighting back. A lot of companies have been hiding, let's say, their sales figures, but I think a lot of companies are suffering. You will eventually see a lot of these well-known brands being pretty much gone, to be honest. But, you know, that's the way it is. It will probably, you know, the guys that will stay on will have to play by the rules, or at least the rules that we lay down, that we want to, you know, get games that's actually playable for a change. But as long as there's a lot of money involved in gaming, you're going to have this, you know. Yeah, yeah. But most people now won't touch pre-orders in games. I used to pre-order a lot. And now I won't buy a game till it's about 6 months old. Because not only if the game is okay, but what I find is usually there's a ton of bugs, and there always is. And they'll do a lot for a few months, but once sales start to slow, they'll stop really doing anything of value. So at about the 6 months mark, they've probably fixed whatever they're going to fix, you know. And by then, you know, you'll definitely know if the game is any good, and it's not going to get more expensive than a pre-order, and chances are you'll get a lot cheaper. But that wouldn't be my factor, let's say, from doing it. It's because they're so buggy and sloppy and useless. You know, you just can't take a chance on them anymore. And it's not even about the money. It's about buying something that you wouldn't normally buy, and you feel like you've been conned in some way because of the PR and the stuff that they've been putting out about it. You know, that kind of stuff. But that's the way it is. So this is what I've done here. This one was fun. But as I said, it takes a lot of time to do this kind of stuff. I even went to fully decorating all of these guys. Kind of expensive with the dye. You can make X amount of it, but some of it you've got to buy. But, you know, once you've got enough mines up and running, money is no option. You could take everything from every vendor and still have money to spare at the end of the season. And this part out here, and I think we're done. This was probably the hardest thing to do because of the ground levels. You can't exactly piece this together because it looks horrible. So let's say from entrance to building or wherever you're ending it would have to be in one piece. But possible if you mark it out right. But kind of time consuming. But yeah, I was impressed with this game. Which doesn't happen too often. Oh, I seen how many DLCs was with that. I clicked on it in the store looking at it there at one stage. I wouldn't be interested in buying it, but it had like 50 DLCs. And all pretty pricey. Yeah. Yeah, it was absolutely too much. Yeah. All of them were pretty good, Doberman. You know, back in the beginning. You know, this is a time when they were making money, but not obscene amounts of money. They were all pretty wealthy. But the strange thing about corporations is, the more money they get, the more money they want. It's like feeding a monster, you know. So, my theory on this is, you know, you get these indie developers. Well, we call them indie now. Let's say they start off in their basement, whatever. They make a game that everyone loves. Then they get some more money to make a better game, and you know, before you know, they're 20 years in the game. And they're a so-called AAA developer. And then, you know, they've been doing this a long time, they've got families, whatever the case may be. You get a corporation, you know, some investor or whatever walks in and they say, you know, with an offer they can't refuse. They give them a big ball of cash, we'll make you CEO, we won't interfere with your process, you just carry on as you were always. You know, we'll just supply you the money. You know, you don't have to work as long, you can spend more time with your family, and I can see how this could look appealing. But it's an illusion if they think they have control. What happens after a while, you know, a little push here to do this, a little push there, and before you know it, you've got something like Fortnite or EA. And then, you know, the CEOs then are the guys that's, you know, just in name only running it, let's say. They retire or quit. Some of them even start off another company again, but they pretty much go nowhere, you know. And that's how it goes. You know, you start off an indie company, you do some really nice work, you work your company up so it's, you know, it's got a good reputation. Corporation comes in, basically promises you the world, buys you out, and then turns it all to rubbish. And the cycle starts over again. Yeah, that's the way I see it. Probably. But now you're getting like, take for instance that one of the ex-CEOs from Xbox. Remember the guy that, oh, I forget his name, but we're going way back, about 20 years. Now he's been talking out about how toxic and, you know, how greedy that Microsoft is. Well, it's nice that he says it now. But, you know, he's got nothing to lose. He's not working for the company anymore. So, you know, he would have been an insider and that. So he would be the last person, let's say, that should be talking about that because he was part of the system, you know. But it is nice that he called it out for what it is. But why did he call it out for what it is, you know? Is it for attention or whatever? It would be way better if, he took a stand, let's say, when he was working for them. But he'd lose his job and whatever the case may be, but it would prove he's sincere. But, getting criticism from a guy that is no longer associated with a company, it's kind of empty. I don't know, I forget his name. I saw one of the interviews. I was watching some YouTube documentary or something, and he said that sheer greed, what they did with Game Pass. But guys, if you've been on this channel before, over the past few years, you've heard me speak about this time and time again, how much a threat that these kind of game clubs are for gaming. When a developer puts a game into these, they just get a pittance. It's not like they're selling their games. Sure, these things have, let's say, made games, let's say, that might have slipped off the radar, pretty profitable sometimes, but for the vast majority of the games, they're negative, I think to a certain extent it almost turns some developers into wage slaves, but let's say out from that, I did say that if they cornered enough of the market, got enough people over the Game Pass, and especially when you're talking about making your own games, they bought up these companies for a reason.
I need some water.
If you get any corporation that is allowed to buy up enough of anything, let's say like, smaller media companies, whatever the case may be, we see where that goes, or insurance companies or whatever, what will happen then is if they control, let's say, most of the good games that's coming out that year, when they think they've got you where they want you, then they'll start to be pretty toxic and start raising it up. Like Microsoft made a ton of promises to the FCC when they were buying out that last company. What was it, 70, 80 billion? They said that nobody would lose any jobs because of this acquisition, that prices wouldn't go up, and they promised something else. And the second it was true, and I think even while it was going through, they sacked 9,000 people from Microsoft, and now they've upped Game Pass and they're doing something else as well. And that's not the end of the sackings either. They've shut down many studios, and they've stopped production on a lot of games that might have been real classics, even some that were a couple of years ahead, there's a lot of other companies, Tencent as well have been doing, from what I hear, have been doing similar things. There was a lot of indie game devs, let's say, that I promised backing to, that would have been in development a few years, and they've been pulling out of a lot of deals as well. That I'm not surprised, I'm not surprised. Like, part of the kind of destruction, let's say, of Oblivion, back when they had some really good devs, would have been certain promises and certain deals that they did with Todd and his crew. BGS. The one would have been the Metacritic score. They were 1 point under, but, they were still pretty good with that. And they did even come back to Todd and ask to do another one of something else, something with Skyrim, and refused flatly. The amount of time they got those days, let's say, to finish it, was ridiculous, but they still did it. I know it was a buggy mess, but it was eventually fixed. But that was done in 18 months, guys. It goes to prove too that a game doesn't have to be flashy. Doesn't it? As long as it's got a good balance of stuff, it can work. And I've got a lot of respect, for the guys from Obsidian Den. But I didn't know much of their work, let's say, after, until the likes of, what was it called? What was that other one they came out with? Outer Worlds. Yeah. I consider that to be a very mid game. I know a lot of people liked it, and that's good. That's cool. But that really put me off. I thought it reeked of no passion, of no, just getting a job done, a kind of good enough kind of thing. I didn't see Avowed coming. I thought that might have been quite good, but they quickly did a 360 on the trailer they showed for that. And we seen what Avowed was. That was a horrible, horrible game. I have no confidence in Oblivion. Now, a lot of the core fans, let's say, from Oblivion, they have a point saying that BGS kind of pushed them into trying to make these so-called AAA games a little too quickly, where they're more kind of a, kind of a B kind of stuff. Yeah, maybe. But for me, I think the biggest issue would be not even their politics, but how could I put this? The fact that they would leave their employees insult most of their gaming base, saying that they don't want them to buy the game, and they're toxic and they're evil, and not getting the sack really. Because I would imagine that if I had a business and I had an employee who was doing his utmost to make sure I lose as much money as possible, I would remove him pretty quick. So that leads me to believe that all of the people in that are like-minded, at the very least. And, if you call a certain person a kind of name from a certain group or whatever the case may be, and say you don't want them to buy the game, I think that we should take their word for it. We should honour their wishes and not buy their game. To be honest. And that game was not worth buying. I remember the same guy saying that he purposely made it frustrating for the so-called, what did they call them? Chuds. Yeah, is that what they're using now? Chuds? But you've seen a lot of the madness of social media creep into games as well. And that's not what people buy them for. You'll get enough of that at work, TV, media, everyday life. We actually buy and play games to relax and get away from that kind of thing. I think the last thing we need is that. I think developers and everyone got to do with those games should concentrate really on making a game that's playable and pretty neutral, and just concentrate on a good fun experience, for the players. And, they can have all the ideologies they want. And that's their prerogative and that's their entitlement. But, we don't have to hear it. Oh, hi Blonde. How are you? So that's it here, guys. That's everything I did here, so let's get back to this one. And thanks for that raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been, Blonde? Now we're just going back to this. And I think I've still got a half an hour here, so not too bad. We'll do a little bit on this and we'll finish our quests. And see how it goes. So yeah. But in the big scheme of things, it really doesn't make much. You'll see this stuff every few decades from time to time. Surprised to see it over on video games of all things. But, as I said, video games are generating so much money now. It was bound to happen. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Back issues, is it? I kind of know where. Yeah, my neck has been killing me lately. But it's at the stage now where it's almost back to how bad it originally was. But it had me worried for a while. I thought that disc might have slipped a little bit more and I might have to get an operation for it, but I just have to be more careful. So, right, let's do this. Yeah, well, we have a half an hour, guys. What are we doing with this quest? We'll see if we can get these. Are you kidding me? Oh, sorry. I loaded the wrong one, guys. Yeah, I loaded the wrong one. Oh, nice. I'll be sure to... Here, let me write that down. I'll be sure to check your channel out, woman. I'm not sure if I'm following already. You know, if our times cross, I might be lucky enough to be able to raid you. Here, let me get some kind of paper. Because my memory is so stupid. What is it here? Doberman. D-O-B-B-O, Doberman. D-O-B-B-O. M-A-N. Underscore. 1855. Is that a 6 at the end of this? 556. 556. Yeah, I'm probably following already, but just in case. Nice, what have you been streaming, Doberman? I think I can click on your name here and see if I'm following, and I'm not sure.
It's the season of preparation.
No, it's not coming up. There it is. I'm following. Yeah, I'm already following. Yeah, apparently I'm following since September. Cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
It's true. Everything is permitted.
I'm not sure why, but I won't complain.
Mass Effect, nice. Yeah, I'm following. I just wanted to make absolutely sure. Nice. Yeah, I did Valheim on the kind of single player thing. Yeah. It's a crew game that, let's say. You know, for making mistakes and stuff. It has a lot of punishment. So this is the last one, isn't it? I think we've pretty much got everything.
Hello.
I think that's the last one. I enjoyed that. I think we were like, what, 8-9 months, guys, on Valheim? I still never got to upload those bases. Oh, they're probably still there. There's been a few updates. I hope they didn't get destroyed. Massive ton of time on those. A dead counter. Nice.
What can I... Let me show you my wares.
Yeah, that's about it.
Take care.
The best.
And there's one more guy. Oh, we're dirty. That means this guy won't talk to me. Kidding me. Okay, must be... Oh, hang on. He's back in his house. But I had to get a special pillow for my head because of my neck. But I don't know, it seems to be working. It's not comfortable, but you know, as long as my neck doesn't get worse. You know, one of those special pillows. Yeah. I'll have to live with it, I suppose.
How have you... Trade is in my nature.
There, that's all we can take from him. Right, we're still short some sticks apparently. We've got everything else. I think we have enough time, guys, to do that quest for my old ball and chain. The wife. Let's go back, we'll pick up a quest.
Sometimes I get a feeling that the locals frown upon us.
Where's this guy? Wagoneer. Here he is.
How are you?
Where are we going? We're going back to her, isn't it, yeah? Okay. So we've got one more quest. Is this guy about soup or something? We get into an argument, and then we've got to... Oh yeah, we got to bring a skull. What we can do now is we can skip the hunting. I've got a skull in storage here. And we can probably do that. That'll save us a bit of time. Yeah, I had to do a reload, guys. I picked up a quest, and it told me to wait till next evening. We waited till next evening, and the next one that didn't show, so I had to reload. But I did say it beforehand. The quest was kind of iffy. I don't like taking quests that I can't finish there and then. I don't know, maybe I missed something, but it wasn't worth a chance, so we had to reload. So we wasted a lot of time. We did a lot of quests before that, and they all were for zero. For naught.
Building this house for 10 years. I wonder how much time it would take to build a settlement like this one.
Polyps. Oh, I'd be quite careful of that. Definitely get that one checked up. Yeah. Yeah. Those little growths inside, yeah. I think I'm familiar with them. Yeah, I'll be getting that checked. But, you know that... You know, hopefully everything will be okay. The chances of having them are, you know, quite slim, but you're better off absolutely getting it checked. You know? 1 to 2 currently dropping, yeah? Try not... Oh, yeah. Oh, that quest. Nice. Relay. Yeah. Oh, could that not be some kind of back issue too? But I do know, let's say, you know, when my back kicks in, which is rare enough, it's mostly my neck, it will affect, I'll get, you know, even pains in my tummy, you know. So, yeah, but a checkup should, you know, hopefully find out what's wrong. A toughie on that one. Yeah, in your stomach, yeah. But I get tummy pains as well. But then again, I've got an ulcer. But, you know, sometimes that's it when I'm sitting. You know, even there tonight I had a slight issue for a while. But I definitely get it checked, yeah. Anything like that. It could be anything and it could be nothing, you know. Could be back related, you know. It could be a digestion issue. It could be a lot of things. But, you know, definitely get it checked. It's always better to get something like that checked. Clearing the way, yeah? Oh yeah, I'll be getting that guy checked. Now, where is that stupid skull? There it is. There. That way we don't have to do his stupid hunting quest. Now, where's the old ball and chain? She's there. Now this time I'll make sure and save. This is the mistake we made last time. In case this messes up, but it shouldn't.
How's your day going, my love?
That's it. Done. Now let's sleep till next day. Oh, you've had them before? Oh, that's different. Yeah, so you kind of know the situation, the pain. So you're suspecting it could be again. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, you'd have a better guess now. If you're familiar with the pain, yeah. The same way, let's say I'm familiar with the pain and, you know, the pain and certain side effects leading up to a kidney stone. I've had them, what, 3-4 times? Yeah, I think I have them again as well. It's gonna be nice getting those ones out. With a high blood pressure and blood thinners. Oh, we'll see. Right, okay. We're going to this one, the Master Angler. And I think that's... Actually, it's way down here, isn't it? I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, we had to stomp up a ton of these. Where's the master angler? Oh, it's here actually in this one. Ah, come on. Come on. Yeah, there he is. See him there? Okay, let's go. Yeah, I think we just have enough time to do this quest. Basically, we get into some kind of silly argument. I want to buy soup and he won't sell it. Then he said he wants this skull. But we're bringing one this time. Oh, we've wasted a lot of time on quests here, and then I found I had to reload again. But lucky enough, didn't do any building, so I didn't have to repeat that. These ones are not too bad. How bad can it be?
How are you?
Lag free, nice. They've been at that for quite some time, haven't they, Friar? Star Citizen. It's still in testing, isn't it? Oh, where are we going? Yeah, this way. Right. So basically I'll just get through that dialogue as quickly as possible. We'll give him the skull and that's it. But I still need some sticks too. We'll have to grab
Anybody wants
those.
the plate you want?
I think he's down here. I didn't actually see this guy before. God knows how long he's been here. Here, we'll do some of this on the way down. Yeah, by the time I'll be back again, it'll be midweek, it'll be Tuesday evening. So that will give me 2 days. I'll probably have some time. I'll come in and see if we can do a layout for that new production area, or at least the animals, or do something on that garden to get it out of the way. Now we'll spam trees dialogue pretty quick because we've already done this. Yeah, it goes on forever. Look at that. Now let's give him his skull. Done. That was quick. Now we gotta house this guy. And I have one house just left over. I was going to destroy it, but just as well I didn't. And we'll put the guy in production, I would say. Just to get him out of the way. There. There we go. Now, that's it. We just need the sticks for this one. Oh, we gotta bring the suit back to the wifey. How many more sticks do we need? I want to get rid of this before we go. Sugar. We need a ton of sticks. Can't really buy any more. This is going to be time consuming, guys. Try and get as much as we can. Here, we get up this little forest area, we'll get them real quick. See this junk here? We'll get them 2 at a time. The quicker we get these, the better. Yeah, I just wanted to finish this, and then we can move into a few other seasons once we get back. I'm going to have to go. No problem, Blonde. Have a good one, and I hope you get to the bottom of that, and it's not too bad. Hope you get some good news. Have a good rest, and take care, Blonde. Bye. Now, yeah, it's a pity. But I was pretty spot on suspecting that quest, wasn't I? And I said there's something iffy about it. I'm always kind of paranoid when it comes to stuff like that, but you know, sometimes just because you're paranoid doesn't mean it's not true. I think that was definitely one of those instances. A lifetime of paying Todd's junk, really, has made me like that. I just need as much of this junk as possible. Here, we'll get you as well. Here, these are easier to take. They're not exactly showing up either, are they? Yeah, we get to a nice area somewhere where we might get something decent. Ah, it's just picking them up that way, it's so boring. Yeah, there's a ton of them here. So how many have we now? 221. Are you kidding me? It's a ridiculous amount. I had thousands of these. I don't remember using them, so I don't know where they went to. I'll have to bring in a woodcutter shortly to get some of this junk. In case we need it again. We can't be doing this every time. This game can be reasonably grindy at times. There. We'll go for the easy ones. How are we now? Good God, we still need 100. I had literally 4,000 or 5,000 of these. And for the life of me, I can't remember what I used them on. I just wanted to get this quest done before I get going. So when we come back, we won't have any of the old outstanding ones left. That shouldn't take too much longer. What are we like now? Okay. Oh, we got enough, guys. We have. We're done. We got it. We only need 308. We've got 335. Right. Let's get going. About time to. We got it. Oh, hi, Dungeon Master. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. Yeah, just getting ready to go in a moment, finishing up these 2 quests. And how have you been? All right. Oh, that's cool. Now, where was this guy? Was back... Back here, isn't he? Yeah, he is. Hornica. We'll go there and we'll give him his silly quest. We'll hand him in his quest. And then we'll talk to the old ball and chain and get that other quest done. That should be it then, guys. Definitely need something to eat. Okay, where's this guy? Ah, that sad thing is we did this already, but I got a bug on another stupid quest. We had to start the whole thing over again.
Hello. Have a nice day.
Oh, hang on. Oh, I forgot the stupid winter caps. I forgot the winter caps. We'll have to go right back and make those. Yeah. It's a stupid thing to ask someone for 49 winter caps, but we've got the junk at home. I can't believe I forgot that one. That's no problem, we'll do that quick. We need 49 winter caps, and where is the old ball and chain? There she is. Yeah. Done. Now, that's the master angler. Now we just need to make those 49 hats for some reason. And luckily enough I've got a ton of junk. And this one should only take 4, I think. And that's the one I want. Winter cap. 49 of these guys. Chunk of time. We had a similar problem here, but it was because of a buggy quest. Even before I took it, the irony is I knew there was something iffy. And I thought I had a safety save. But when I loaded up, no. We had to do most of the quests again. I was probably chatting and forgot to do it. Now let's see. Yeah, that's it, 49, that's it. Right, let's get back to him. Yeah, it wasn't too bad on this because I wasn't doing any building. You know, it's just a few quests. I wasn't too bothered. I'd be raging alright, let's say, if I spent a ton of time building and had to do it again. There's nothing worse than that.
How is life treating you?
This Hornica, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. Yep, that's it guys, that's the last of the quests. For this season anyway, we'll ignore these ones. We did all of those, that's the irony of it. Last time. That went sideways pretty quick. Now, take your junk. At last, we're done. As long as I got him out of the way, I'm happy enough.
How is life treating you?
Now, let's get home. Perfect. Well, we got through it anyway, and we've just done about our 6 hours. That was good timing. Let me save this guy down here and get some food. There, that will do for a while. Here, I'm probably better off saving it here. Yeah, so this is what we've done so far. The quest took up too much of our time because we had to do them twice. My fault, I thought I had a safety save in. I had my suspicions about that quest, to be honest. I've been doing a small bit of decorating as well. So this needs to be decorated, but this is what I've got so far. Always wanted to do the kind of double tavern thing, but could never get on the other map a piece of ground that would be flat enough to do this. But here, yeah, we pretty much got that. Because of the oh, that's horrible. Yeah. I think once before it happened to me in Game of Empires, a long time ago. Yeah, I'll tell you how long ago it was. I'll tell you how long ago it was. I was playing on, I think it was the very first PlayStation. You know, the one that came out just after that, the Slim. Came out, I think, about a year and a half after that. I was doing, it could have been, no, it might not have been it. It might have been Civilization. And just as I was saving it, my son, he was only about 3 at the time. He's married now with his own family. He was about 3 at the time. And as I was saving it, I just turned around to do something. And then he switched it off from the plug just as it was saving it, corrupted the file. I was raging. I had a ton of time on that game. Yeah, he got upset, you know, because, you know, I was upset, and I said, it's okay, it's, you know, it's just a game. But there was a ton of time on that. Oh, give me a chance to start over again anyway. I think that was the last time that happened to me. I've been, luckily enough. But yeah, if you get a power cut when you're saving, it's bye-bye. And this one is done already, I just need to build it up. But can't really put any of the buildings here because of the trees, so I'm thinking of a large garden area. You know, we've got this kind of junk here we could do. From the new DLC. Well, that's not too good, but you know, you could probably do something with the likes of that. And then you have... these ones here. Yeah, I think I might be able to do something with this. Yeah, some benches, some nice stuff thrown around. Tons of flowers. Yeah. Some fencing, obviously. I think we might be able to get something going here. But I'll look at this later. Not much of a thing anyway for a while. And this, I'll have to make this a garden area as well. I think I'll start on these two, if I get time, within the next few days and see if we can... It will probably be the low wattle fence on this. And then I'll just chuck some flowers in here and there. I think that would work. Now, let me just save this down here. And that's it, guys. That's my 6 hours done. So that's me done till Tuesday evening. That's my weekend. I was on yesterday and today. I will be back, guys, Tuesday evening, Eastern Standard Time. I think at time it's something like 8, between 8 and 9 p.m. That would be the following morning for me, between 1 and 2. My pleasure, Andy. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. And you too, Jaeger. Have a good one. Stay safe and take care. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they've been waiting here for a while. They've been watching me. But they know once I take the headphones off, I'm pretty much done. But yeah, that's me done. I'm tired anyway. I really need to sleep. I need to get something to eat. I'm unusually peckish. A different day. Yeah, that's good. I used to stream every day as well, but just can't do it anymore. I just haven't got it in me anymore. And anyway, I need to do so many appointments. You know, usually a month is like at least 2 or 3 medical appointments a month for some reason or whatsoever, you know. But, you know, I'm grateful for any time I can spend doing this. Could be much worse. Could always be worse. So yeah, I'll leave it here, guys. We'll do the usual. We'll go straight to a raid. Hopefully you'll bear with me for that one. So goodbye, Double. And you too, Corin. Have a good one, Corin. Jaeger. Dungeon Master. Young. Suburban Werewolf. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for being here. And of course, Randy, Terry, Hufflepuff and Tig if you're watching. Have a wonderful rest of your week, ladies. And thanks for the raids tonight, guys, and the falls. Appreciate it. And let's see what else we have. Dungeon Master again, thanks for that raid, and you too, Jack, and Granny Vats, and Blonde, sorry, have a good one, Blonde. Of course, Friar. Thanks for hanging out. Let me see. Would you believe I'm looking forward to going to sleep? That's a rarity. Let's see what else is here. You know, we mentioned Jack. And of course, Tyrlin. Thanks for hanging out, Tyrlin. Oh, we mentioned Randy Doubleman. I think there was a few more on. I'm trying to remember who it was. I think Phoenix was on. Yeah, have a good one, Phoenix. Yeah, I think Phoenix might have been on earlier on. So there's a possibility, obviously, I've missed a few. So if I've missed anyone, of course, apologies to whoever I might have missed. Again, everyone that was watching, appreciate it, guys. And a pleasure to see you too, also, Tyrlin. Have a good one. Take care and stay safe. I hope you have a great rest of your week. So yeah, that's me back Tuesday, guys. Hope to see you all then if you have got the time. Until then, this old Croc needs to get some sleep. So we'll go in, we'll do that raid. And yeah, I'll stay in that obviously. And eventually fall asleep, which will probably be in about 10 minutes time. So take care, guys, and bear with me for this one. It takes a little longer on Xbox. So let's see who's out there.